So we need to check why we are... $4.24. So it is $4.25, boys. Hello, people. Hello, hello. We have a bit of an issue with the last stream that I don't see it on YouTube. I don't know why. I have no idea of why. But I think we're gonna... I can re-upload from... I can re-upload from Twitch. But it's strange because it's not there. Strange, huh? Let me see if I'm here. Yes, I'm here. The position is always a bit weird, but it's okay. Hello. Hello, boys and girls. Hi. How are you? No, I was just checking that on Twitch, we actually have a 424, which is this one, MMO attacks and UI, right? Which is actually split into two pieces, one of 3 hours and one of 1 minute. So I think that the line probably went down. I'm having some issues with the line getting interrupted, the internet getting interrupted sometimes. Checking with my ISP what's going on, but it's still still have a bit of an issue. But it seems that yes, we missed the 424. So on YouTube it's not there. So maybe I can, you know what I can do? I can do I think there is a way. If I do export, I think you can export directly to YouTube. Yes. I think it can be exported this way. You have 0 copyright strikes on your channel. Thank you. That's pretty good. We don't have any copyright strikes. Nice. So today I want to work a bit on let me see if I can update the Patreon goal, maybe. Yes, I can now. We are 43. Yay. Are there any new ones recently? I don't know. It's a bit that I don't check it. But I mean, a bit meaning few days, huh? I think we're still 43. Yes, we are 43 Patreons. So thank you everyone for your support and for showing that you like the game and that you want to play with the game. I think that's what is making us, you know, continuously dedicating our spare time to this project, which is a bit of an insane project in terms of size, complexity, and scope. But I'm pretty happy to do it. I'm having fun doing it. And even if it requires a lot of effort, I think that it's fun to see then, you know, players in the game. And so today I want to work a bit on the Compendium. In the Compendium, it's something also that I want to test a bit more because I released it in a state where it was basically usable. But I have seen that if you have no data, okay. If you have no data in the database, the actual window shows up a bit in a weird state. So this is what I want to do. And also I want to have a script which is automatically providing the basic compendium entries, at least for your race, so that you can find at least your entries in the compendium, right? And then I want to do a few other fixes. So today I think I have quite some time, and so we can continue to work on the game. There starts to be good weather outside, so I guess that some of you would probably prefer to go out and do something. So I encourage you to do it anyway. So I think it's great if you want to go outside. So it's fine. If you want to stay here with me, it would be nice as well. So I'm not alone in this crazy project. Crazy project. Okay, let's go. Did I switch the scene already? Yes, I did. I don't know why my character is not really centered, but I think it's okay in terms of no, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. We can do like this. So what I want to do, yes, I want to go into compendium entries and try to clean them up completely and see, but I will do it in the dummy database. so that we can have an actual test. And it seems that when there are no entries in the database, at the moment we are reading Codex Nature, which is the main one that we are reading. Location, faction, and story, we are not reading it yet. I'm just thinking maybe what I can do. I can do, should I do an export of this data so you can re-import it later on? Maybe it's a good idea. EPS stamp, no, this is not a good directory. I think if we can go for C, PS Unreal scripting, and then we call it Codex Nature SQL or CSV, because it's a CSV actually. We have to select the folder, by the way. Okay, so I need to select scripts actually. And okay, so we export it like this. Let me just see what it's creating, if it's creating something good or not. Hello, Ulla. Good afternoon. The CSV is kind of so-so, huh? Why? Because it didn't take this separator. Okay. Kind of, but yeah, it's messing up a bit with the descriptions, unfortunately. Maybe it's better if we do a SQL extract then, not a CSV extract, because or we can just do a SQL dump, because there are some special characters, and I think the special characters are messing up a bit with the export. So it's just that. Okay, this looks a bit better, definitely. It's definitely looking better. The only problem I see is what? It's not extracting the IDs. Why? Why is not extracting the IDs? Maybe there is a way to tell him to do it. Extract type, single query. Include generated columns. Okay, this one needs to be okay, so I think it was just missing that flag. I think now it will do it fine. Yes, now we also have the ID, so very nice. Okay, good. So we have our export, so we can actually clean the table. And I want to see what happens with this table clean in the game. And what I've seen in the production database is that when you have really no data, the compendium layout, the UI, seems to be all clumped to the left. I don't know exactly why, but it is how it is. So we are going to fix that a bit. Yes, let's enter in the local database. And let's see. Meanwhile, I put some music in the background. Okay. This song we added the last time I streamed. So basically the last stream I think is under publishing, so we should be able to see it on YouTube soon, hopefully. And also I have to rename this one 425, because actually it is 425. Yes, it's getting uploaded. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now Melare has no... Ah, okay. Okay. That is because we deleted the actual entries, but we didn't delete the pointers that Melare has, so which is character discoveries. So all these discoveries are... I think I would like to export this table as well then, so that we have both. So I can regenerate this data when I want, okay? So let me delete it. Because one thing is the codex entry and one thing is the pieces that you know about the codex, right? So let me try now to do it again. And see if I can load it. Yes, now I can load it. Because we always tested the compendium with data. We never tested it without data. And it seems that without data is not working. Exactly, you see? So without data, I have no idea why this is happening, but without data, everything is collapsed to the left. I mean, the buttons are still clickable, but that is so strange. Also, it seems that the back button is fucked up. I think the wall window looks kind of weird. Wow. How is it possible? How is it possible, boys? Okay, let's look at the code and see when we initialize the compendium what is going on, okay? So this is the compendium window, and as a default, okay, this bottom part is hidden, yes, because he has no data. But also as a default, we should have the creatures tab selected, and if there is no data, there should be this text block here, which is called the default message, which should be displayed on the screen. While it's pretty evident that this is not happening, right? So I don't know if it's because we have a certain initialization. Let me see the construct. So in the construct, we are requesting the compendium ID, right? And this request of compendium ID, I think if it's empty, is probably not returning anything, right? So I think that we are not calling so this receive compendium data is probably never called. So I think if I look in my log, right? If I look in my server log, I think this phrase should not be there, exactly. So we are not getting any data because obviously it's empty. So we are not doing this. We are not doing this. Which is kind of okay, but... Show the star animation for new discovered entry. After remove. Yeah, I was just trying to understand where we display the default message, though. Let me search for default message. Open creatures page. Canvas home set visibility. Canvas creature set visibility. Common creature selector. Get option count. Okay. I think we should. The best way for us, you know, is to call this function open creatures page. Which is the first one, on the construct. And I would say it's probably even better if we do it before requesting the information to the server. Right? Okay, let me try this way. Also, I think that the compendium should be one of the windows that we don't want to have on screen at the beginning. Hello, Marcelo. Good day. Hello, hello. How are you, boys? Waiting. Fuck. Why? SVN is here, so... Okay, now we did it. I don't know, just a momentary problem. So this will be with a completely empty database and completely empty information on the character. Actually, I should probably have just deleted it from the character, but it's the same. I can re-import both tables easy, so... Is absolutely doing the same. Is absolutely doing the same. Also, I don't see the default message. Which is kind of weird. I don't see the default message. Why? Let me see where the default message is in terms of panels. There is the default message. They should basically tell you that you don't have, you know, you don't have entry in the compendium. So the default message is inside canvas creatures, grid panel, panel creature. So it's actually inside. Yes. Ah, you see? Ah, we can simulate it here. If I hide completely the panel creature, this is what is happening. Okay. Well, this is good to know. But let me try something else. If I hide, if I keep the panel on, But I basically hide all the other pieces, which will be pretty much the situation in which we are at the beginning, right? Yeah, you see, as soon as I hide stuff, the page is fucking up a bit. So it's like if this block is not using, you know, the full space no matter what, but is more sizing to content or sizing to the other. So let me just understand why this is happening. So we have a generic grid panel, which is this one, and this one does not have column fill or row fill, which is already a bit of an issue, I would say, because this one should have panel creatures. Okay, let me try to hide it 1 second. But still force in the parent grid panel the proper row and column. So actually columns we only have one, I think. And that one column should be 100%. Ah, you see? Just with this one we are already fixing the problem. And then we need to have, I think 2 rows. We have row 0. I just don't know this one is even outside. Okay, but anyway, we have row 0 and row 1. But I think that now it will already work, huh? I think probably that fix on the column is probably already going to do the trick. Now the question is why the panel creature is actually not displayed. This is what we need to understand. So when we do open creatures page, we are gonna show the canvas creature. By So I'm a bit confused by this, because where do we show, is this one? No, this add option is only the addition to the selector. So where do we actually do the work? It's probably here. Yes, it's probably on the selection change. Okay. It's actually on the selection change. Show hide codex items. I think my suggestion will be this. Let's call this function, which is just basically hiding everything at the beginning, okay? And let's call it when we are initializing the panel, so that we are sure that there is nothing weird going on, and everything is, I mean, all the different items are actually hidden, except the default message. But at the same time, I want my creatures panel to be available. So this I don't know if this panel creature is hidden by default or not, but okay, let me just show everything again. Okay, so my panel creatures by default is collapsed. I don't think it's a good idea. I think by default should be not hit testable self and visible. We will anyway hide all the elements that are not relevant, and we will just display the default message, which at this point it will be available. Now we need to be sure that we actually display the default message, because I think at the moment we are not. Which is going into default message, open creature space. So this one should already happen. Yes, should already happen, because we are calling this function at the beginning. So by default should be okay. Let's see what it does now. Let's see what it does now. Hello, MNKL. Hi, welcome to the stream. Lip sync. You have many characters, some from the marketplace. Okay. So, what is the question actually? So you don't know how to import them, or? I don't understand exactly what is the question. Okay, let's try now. At least the layout should be better. And by the way, I think we can re-import the data now that we did the test. But at least let me re-import first just the codex nature. Should I just... If I want to import a script, let me... I never did it from this interface. Let me see how it works, huh? I don't understand. Bah. Very weird. Very, very weird. I mean, I can open it like this, which is probably simpler, but... and execute it as a script, but it's kind of weird that it doesn't do it automatically, but fine. Okay. So I think that now our codex nature is, yes, is fill out again, so which is very good. Okay, let's try now. We still have 0 data for our specific character. So if you specify better your question, MN, maybe I can answer, but at the moment it's too generic. I don't understand exactly what you are asking. Okay, at least now. Okay, perfect. So at least now the layout is okay. Even well, it's a bit overlapping with the X, but as long as the X can be clicked, I think we are fine. I don't know why the X is overlapping now. It was not overlapping before, but you see that when you click here, it's just telling you haven't discovered any creatures yet, you haven't discovered any plants yet, and you haven't discovered any mineral yet. Okay. So I think it works like intended now, and the layout is kind of fine. So let me see if we can add few entries to the database now. So it is a good fix. It's something that we really needed to do, because at the moment in game is a bit fucked up. Let me try to add few entries. Maybe not all of them, but just a few. It's not very easy to understand what is what. I have no idea, boys. I think I will add them all. Okay, so basically now we have back our character knowledge, right? And this means that if I... Now, one thing that okay, let's just test that it works, but I think it will work this way. What I want to do, I want that during the character creation, when you have selected a specific character, at least you get the basic knowledge of your character. You mean you want to lip sync in dialogue and all of character in the same rig? Okay. Well, that's kind of good. If you have if you already have the same rig and the same character, do you already have the proper bones in the mouth of the character so that you can actually lip sync? Because I think that, and also, do you have your lip sync data as what? As animations, or because I think there is also a lip sync. I don't know if it is this one that you are mentioning here. This Hurat that you mentioned. But I don't know. I think there is a specific lip sync program as well that can just take from the text, but this I think is more complex. But if you have the animations, you can just play them at the right time. Depends how you have the lip sync data. Character cannot be loaded. Cannot load discovery ID number 1. Failure to load player data 154. Inside Codex creatures, it seems that we have an issue with ID number 1. Strange, because I re-imported all the data. So the data in theory should be the same. Right? Maybe I didn't restart my server. No, I think I did. Okay, let's try again just a second, because maybe I didn't restart the server when I re-imported the codex entry. By the way, I don't know if you have seen, but someone was saying that YouTube is finally going back to revisit their streaming capabilities. So, but I don't know exactly where to find the news. I think it would be nice to find the news. I think that someone told me that YouTube said that they want to go back to streaming and to improve the streaming platform. But I really don't know where is that. I think it was like in the last month or so, in the last few days. YouTube official blog. Maybe it's inside of this. 19th of March. News as events. Let me search streaming inside of this. Maybe. Reflecting on a year of live stream music while looking forward. This was the 6th of April. No. They are speaking more about music streaming. Not really. But someone told me that there was a news about YouTube going back to improve their platform for streaming, which was, to me, very important, because at the moment, the quality, you know, of the tools that you have as a YouTube streamer is very low. I mean, you don't have a lot of tools. What is the lip sync data? The lip sync data is basically what makes your character speak, right? What makes your character move their lips, you know, in the way you want. Which can be animation data, or can be, you know, through another plugin that transform text into lip sync. But we don't use it in our game, so unfortunately, I'm not an expert of that. That was a bit weird though. You saw that when I was opening the window, it was saying that there were no known creatures, but then when I clicked on creatures, I saw the information. I think we should have this thing to have a bit of a space from the right? I don't know if we already have it, but I think we should put on this box, on this control. At the moment we only have 30. I think we should go way more than this. Yeah, something like 100. So that is significantly moved compared to the right side. So that is not messing up with the X button, right? And also that it shows pretty much the same. I mean, in the middle of this column. But yes, now it's working better. So I think it's already slightly better than before. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to be sure that whenever I start my compendium, and it's the first time I started, I'm getting the right entries. But it seems not. It seems that when I'm receiving data, so open creatures page, show codex items, request compendium data, and then when I'm receiving data, the problem, I think that this one, we will receive it once for every block of information that we have. So we receive it for creatures, minerals, locations, NPC, and everything else, right? So, or we have a do once, or it's a bit risky that we continue to click on the creatures. But you can also do, you know, we can also do this actually. We can automatically open the creatures page when the for each loop actually completed. Which I think is a good idea. And I think we can do the same for the plants and minerals. Now the problem is which one of the two we should... I think we just open the plants and fuck it. Yeah, I think so. Open creatures page. Okay, I understand. This thing is not really the best, but let's try to do it this way. Because the creatures page is actually called creatures, but is actually shared between creatures, plants, and minerals. So it's not really only creatures. It is not really only creatures. I had a bit of a discussion about the stances, the combat stances of the other day, and at the end I think we are going to remove them completely. So at the moment they are already transparent to the player, and I think that's okay, but probably we are going to remove them completely so that they don't even mess up with the commands. Even if, as I said, I would like to avoid, you know, any kind of commands if possible. Why? You see that it's showing like double? There is a small bug that is showing. Yeah, but anyway I think it's good. Anyway I think it's good. Did we have only one creature for real? Or did we have more than one creature defined in the database? That's a good question. Item type, basic creature, sentient creature. So we have 1 and 2. So this one is a basic creature and 2 is a sentient creature. So 1, 4, 3, okay. So so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and we don't have 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. Okay, so this one still needs to be discovered. But I think it's okay. I think it's working as expected. The only thing that is a bit weird are the icons. I don't remember how I selected these icons. Description, habitat, like for example, ecology is kind of missing. History is okay, but why ecology has this icon, I have no idea. But these ones are okay to me. I mean, this looks like a description, this looks like a habitat, and this looks like a history because it's a book. So I think that these icons are not too bad. I think it's just the ecology, which is every kind of a weird icon. I think that those icons are actually set. Item icon. I think those icons are set actually here. And they are going specifically to... And they are going specifically to a data table. that we have here. And this data table is, I think, DT UI icons. Yeah, so I think this is the one. And this one then is pointing to specific. Okay, let's try to fix this so that we have it correct. So it seems that description, which is item number 7, seems to be okay. So item number 7 is pointing to Atlas icon mesh and then 13.5. I'm just not 100% sure that we are actually reading. Because you see, for example, ecology. I think we have the same issue that we had the other day when we were trying to set up a button with a different atlas. I think that we are not reading this atlas at all when we are going to do the setup. Most likely. I think so. Setup button by data row. Ah no, it's actually getting the description. So in theory it should be fine because it's actually using the right pointer to the data type. Okay. So why number 2 is failing? So number 2, habitat is okay. Ecology is failing. Yeah, strangely enough, is exactly the one that has a different atlas, huh? So ecology is pointing to number 2. Number 2 is pointing to icons food atlas. Icons food atlas. Which I guess is this one. Let me just see if the reference is correct, but I think it is, but yeah, seems to be fine. And on this one it's taking 0, 0. And 0, 0 is an apple. So it seems that he's not doing what he should. Populate item. So let me see this icon not found. We should have an icon. Let me see if we have an icon not found for whatever reason. Ah, because I'm going under UI icons. No. It is not a good idea. Ah, yes. No, it's correct. It's correct. Sorry, there are too many tables. I'm getting confused, but it's actually correct. DT icon. So let me check the log. I think we should never get this. Exactly. So here we are not getting that. So we are going through this properly. I don't understand what is this, which temp on int 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think these 4 are the yes, are the icons. Okay, so I think it is 1, 2, 3 and 4, something like that. 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. 4 because there is another element down here that now is not visible. So in this case I think we will go through number 3, and it will take as a data row that one, and here we'll try to get the material path by description, and then it will try to get trying to do the setup button by material, which is actually the Atlas material. Are we using this Atlas material or not? If Atlas material is not valid, we go to this. I don't know if this is happening, you know, that the Atlas material is actually not properly set. I think I need a printout here to understand. I think I will go Atlas material. Atlas material not found. But in theory we should go through this. And in theory we can print out the Atlas material just for fun and see, but this should be okay. WD button. So on the W, we have to remember that on the WD button, we actually have the ability to change the Atlas, while on the WD slot, we don't. So in theory we should already have received the data, but let me click again on creatures and see what output we get now that we added some debug information. Yeah, there is actually an error on fail to find object material instance none. Get material instance by path, cannot find material. Yeah. So we have a problem on the third iteration where, why? Maybe I didn't connect. Maybe there is just a missing connection. Maybe there is just a missing connection, which is kind of weird though. So this data row is like if this data row is not correct. That is so strange, boys. Number 3. Wait. No, number 2. Yeah, number 2. Where are we printing the... Probably we are printing it inside of this. Now, because I see that we have one printout in the log, right? Which is saying found description, found habitat, and then it's going into M atlas. But for example, it's not saying found ecology. Okay, so it seems that ecology is actually not recognized. This still needs to be discovered. Okay, it's just because it needs to be discovered or what? Maybe it's because it needs to be discovered. So it's correct actually. It's just that I'm doing it by purpose. So before that, there is probably something that is telling me that that thing has to be discovered. Yes. Icon 8. Icon 8. And icon 8 is actually empty. Okay, I think it makes sense. This icon 8 is the icon that we use for the empty thing, which is actually the eye. I don't know if the eye is a good icon at the moment, but I mean it will be better if it would be like a question mark or something that is, you know, more easily understood as something unknown, but I don't think we have a question mark. I'm just looking at the icons, trying to understand if we have anything that looks like something unknown, but I don't think so. I can add it. I can make a kind of a question mark icon myself. We can have a key, like if it's locked. Maybe we can have a key. Like if it's something that still needs to be unlocked. I think a key could be good. I don't know which one, but maybe this one. I think we will have a black background, so it cannot be a black key because a black key will look weird. So maybe a key like this one is enough. So imagine this screen, right, with imagine this screen with, instead of this, yeah, unfortunately, to have like a key like this. I think this key will be okay. I don't know if it's very understandable, but I think a key is something that you have to unlock. Or I don't think we have anything else. I think the key is good. Okay, let's try to use then icon mesh. So we need to go on the atlas, which is icon miscellaneous. This one. I copy the reference. I think the best if I put it directly inside the Excel file for the data, so we have it correct. Which is DTUI, yes. So we can just re-import. So number 8 is this one. Let me say still to be unlocked. So this one goes under mesh, and we take under mesh 0, 1, 2, and then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So if I re-import, I need to close everything, but re-import this table. Okay, now we have it. And now it should be fine. These are all small fixes, you know, but I think they are very visible to the players. So I think they're all good fixes. We need a nice background for this window though. I think I need to create it. Okay. I think the key is okay. Do we want to put it maybe in another color? Like a gray? Like a gray color so that it's more evident that you don't know it? I think I can do it. It should not be too hard to do. I mean, it's just to change the... I mean, it's all between the code, but... is in between... but I think we have... when we are sending the... when we are sending the icon, right? This one, populate item. Codex ID -1, codex name. ID, item type, item name. I think if the... maybe we can check if the codex ID is equal to -1 and change the color of the... The problem is that we need to be sure... fuck, because it needs to be done by... it needs to be done for each of the icons. I mean, for each of the text. Which is a bit annoying. Or we make this piece a function, which is probably a good idea. Or because I have it in you know that this code is a bit stupid. This one is okay, but this one is a bit stupid because actually I'm repeating a lot of stuff while what I could do... I don't know if I want to change it now though. Because it's a bit of a it's a bit of a pain in the ass to change it, but in theory, you know, a better way would be to save 3 temp variables. I mean, a much cleaner way would be to save 3 temp variables, call it temp title, and this one will be an edit box, whatever it is, a text block. Right. I don't know why sometimes they call it one way and the control is called another way. I think it's an edit box or a text box. Text box. Yeah. It's called text box here, but it's called text block in the description. Anyway, so we can have a temp title, we can have a temp icon, and we can have a temp text, and temp icon needs to be a WD button or a yes, a WD button. I think it's a bit better this way, but let's see. Maybe I will go back to the previous one, but yeah. So basically, the only thing that this thing needs to do it needs to set those three values. So basically all of this I need to move as a bit of a mess, but I mean changing it now is a bit of a mess, I know. I'm aware of this, but basically this will go somewhere else, and we are setting here based on our values: title, icon, and text. Right. Text object reference is not compatible with text box object reference. What? Text object reference. Text object. Text. Bro, is a text, please. Mr. thinking the color is not the problem. The problem comes from the fact that this window border is too big. Yeah, the window needs to be full screen though. There is no other possibility. Needs to be full screen. I understand what you mean, but there is so much information. It cannot be smaller. It's impossible. Okay, so I think the best is to do this. And so we basically set these variables up front, right? And we do it for all the 5 cases. Right? And I know it looks a bit of a mess right now, but it will look better, I promise. I promise it will look a bit better than this. When I'm finished, it will look better. The moment is looking very messy, yes. But when I'm finished with this, it will look better. I know there are a lot of lines, and these lines are a bit confusing, I know, but don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, so here we are setting all the variables, right? And this is good. And then we are just finally, instead of having 5 of these things, which was very weird, I can delete all of this. I can leave only one of them, right? And here we can use our temporary variables now. And all of this will go in the same place. And okay, so now it's a bit cleaner, right? Now it's a bit cleaner. See, there are way less lines than before. So it is a bit cleaner. And what we're gonna do, yeah, it's still a bit of a mess, but I'm improving it. Okay. Okay. So now the good thing of what I did is that we have a single entry point for all the buttons, right? We have a single entry point, and this means that we can more easily now set the, for example, the color of the text, right, to make it look different. So I think that we can do it easily on the codex ID. So I think we can get this variable, and maybe we can put it here at the top. And before the increment, so I think, I don't know, like here after the text. After the text, we can check if this one is equal to -1. And if it's equal to -1, it means that is an entry that we didn't discover yet. Okay. So if it's equal to -1, we have to set the color of the title and the text, right? Is there a set color directly? Nice. Set color and opacity. So we can say set color, and we can say set color. I mean, it's just a small change, but I think is nice. And we can choose whatever color we want, right? We can choose. Why is this so big? We can choose whatever color we want. So we will take I don't know, just a gray. I don't know how much gray, but something like that. And if it's not equal to -1, so it's a normal entry, then we will set the color back to white. Right? And that's it. I think something like this is enough. Let me see what it does, if it works or not. Because I changed quite a few things here and I don't know if this is going to mess up, but probably not. Probably not. I cannot really reduce the size of the window, Hula. I understand, but there is so much information that also is not something that you are gonna browse while you are playing, you know, or moving into the game. So it should really be full screen. Spaghetti or lasagna code. That one was, I think it was a spaghetti mostly. Was really a bit of spaghetti thingy. Yes. I mean, it's slightly, you see that it's slightly gray. And I think it looks a bit better. So like here, for example, you have this one that still needs to be discovered. So it's immediately clear, you know, that it's something that you don't have. So you don't even have to read it. You see that it's not enabled. Ah! It seems there is a fuck up in the minerals. These ones are okay, but you see when I go to minerals, I have 2 times usage and value. Probably because I didn't fully decide on the minerals. It is strange though, huh? Minerals should have description and usage and value. Minerals should have description and usage and value, so I don't understand why. Minerals, select item. Then it takes temp mineral for each loop. For each loop, temp body found. For each loop, temp body found. Brack PS coding item. Make PS coding item. Set temp found equal to this. So it's like if he's not finding description and usage. Of tin ore. So it's like if in the database we don't have description and usage, but actually we have description and usage. Description and usage. So how it is possible? How it is possible? Win Compendium not found. I don't understand. Found history. There is only one entry and is not found. Why? Why this? Why this? Why this? Why this? Why? Why? I have 5002 and I don't have 5003. Okay, but I have 5002. So in theory I have the description. So in theory I have the description. The description is pointing to 9003, which is 9003, which is Tinor. Yeah, so the data seems to be okay. The data seems to be okay. So there is some fuck up in the code, I think, because I think there is some fuck up in these lines. There must be some fuck up here. So if the selected item equals the item names, yes, and the codex name, which in this case is, for example, description, equals what is coming from the array, yes, which is correct, then I set the item found. Then I set the item found. If item found, if the codex ID is different than 0, yes, wasn't that -1, but anyway, if it's different than 0, then I populate the item with the item found. Otherwise, I populate the item with a dummy name, and I take is this one coming from here, or let me check the plants 1 second. Yeah, it is exactly identical. Right? It's basically identical. It's absolutely identical. So and it's printing not found. It's kind of weird though. Is it because I have the second one? Is it because I have the... No, because I have the first one, but I'm missing the second one. So it's like if this temp found is actually not set properly. for some reason. It's like if this set temp found is not set properly. Because the other strange thing is that I'm getting this still needs to be discovered even if I have -1. Let me do something because I'm super confused. So let me try to see if so we'll say item found, and then we will put the name, and then we will put the codex name. Okay, so we will see exactly what is going through. I don't know if it's a matter of sequence, like I have the first one, or if it's a matter of something else, but there is definitely a bug. Perhaps just give the player the choice to open it or not. What do you mean? I mean, to open it, you click on the button of the compendium. If you don't want to open it, you don't open it. It opens only when you click on it. Or if you, like in this case, if you left it open when the game closed, but this is just because we are saving the... Yeah, it's saying item found description. Item found description. And then it says not found. Which is this. So it's correct. Why? What? There is something stupid that I don't see. So the first loop, right, is searching for description. Is going inside of this, and he actually finds the description, and he set it as temp found. Then when it's completed, it goes here, it checks if temp found is okay, and he says yes, it's okay, and goes here, right, and goes here, and he's using this temp found, which is this one, as the element to be used in populate items, and he's printing item found description. Wow, that is insane, boys. That doesn't work. I don't understand. I don't understand. Temp item index. Maybe we don't reset properly temp item index. Temp item index is set to 0 before entering here. And then we need to increment it when we go through... where do we increment it? We increment it here. The important point is that we should always reach this, huh? If there is a case where we don't reach it, we are fucked. I'm just checking if I connected everything. Okay. I'm super confused. Why does it happen anywhere else, or is it happens only the? Ah, fuck! It happens also here now. History, you see? There is 2 times history. And there is 2 times properties. Oh fuck, so this change fucked it up. This change that I did fucked up our logic. How is it possible? Show one codex item. Do you think that the plus plus is happening before this one is completed? No, but I don't think so. Because the visibility is okay. That is weird. That is very, very weird. That is so strange. That is so strange. It seems that we go through properly. So for example, let me try to redo it 1 second. Huh? So if I click on creatures, I get description, habitat, not found, and history. Right? We should actually be correct. The problem is that for some reason it's printing history in the first one instead of description. You see that here we have description, found description, which is, by the way, it's not item found, is found description. Why we don't see this printout? Item found. Is this check not working? I mean, I should see this, right? I should see item found with my name. Why is not here? I don't get it. I see it here at the top. Item found description. Unfortunately, I cannot. Anyways, 163309. So, our current log is this one. And I don't have item found anymore. Ah, because that happens only when I select it from the drop down. But since I have only one item, this is not gonna happen. But I think that when I click on creatures, I think when I click on open creatures, it's going to select the first one anyway. I think the logic is correct, but there is something else. Yeah, I'm basically selecting the current option 0. So whenever I click on the button, I'm selecting the option 0. And it's going through this. And so it's saying item type equal to 2, which is actually what I see in the log. Item type equal to 2. And then I scan for all the basic entries, description, habitat, ecology, combat, and spoils. I print out something else. I print out... So I'm doing this check again. And I'm printing found description, right? And description is coming directly from the codex name, which is this codex item, which is the same item that I'm gonna push into temp found. Right? And temp found is the one that I'm going to push into populate item. Is the same temp found. So I don't understand how it may fail. What the fuck? How is it possible that this thing is failing? Oh shit. Oh shit. You see these double lines? You see these double lines? Is what is making the mess. This is an impossible... I mean, this should not really happen, by the way. But okay, I think we found the bug. I mean, it was not really a bug, but okay. Those double lines were the problem. Then perhaps you just need to make some sort of icon or light or something from the player that something is new. Yeah, we have it already, Ola. We have it. Whenever you receive a new... You don't remember the star? The star thingy? Ta-da! We did it the other day.
Little miscalculation there.
A little miscalculation. We have this one. We have the win star. Right? Which is having this star rotate and things. You remember? Blam blam. We have that thing, which can be improved obviously, but whenever there is a new compendium entry, you are going to receive this thing. And so you know that there is a new compendium entry. It is done already. Whatever you think is already done. Look at that. Huh? Powerful or not. You think to something and I can say, I did it already. I did it already. Easy. Easy. Yeah, it was the double thing. Now we can give you instructions of why. We can give you instructions on how to discover. Okay. Yeah, you see now is okay. And the ones that are locked, they have the text in gray, right? And okay, I think this is good. Now one thing I want to do is that when you create your character, you automatically get at least the value of your race into the compendium, right? Automatically. And also we need a solution for all the characters that are already created. Because there are many players that are already created and we need to fill out that thingy. So how do we do this? It's not that easy. How do we do this? I think it should be probably in the code. Should be when we do upload character. Which is basically the last step of the character creation. So this is actually creating the character itself. But we need to be sure that the character has been fully created. So we need to be sure that the character is free of any errors or anything, and so is fully created. Hello, Tony. Good afternoon. We are working on the compendium and improving few things just to make it nicer. And also I'm trying to connect the character creation to provide you at least the basic entry for your race in the compendium. I think these are all the checks, you know, check. He's checking all the character create. He's doing a million things here. Your character has been validated. So here is so basically here is the completion of the character creation. Now I don't know if this happens before or after the history and everything else, but I think that we should do it here. I don't know if it's too early though, but I think it should be kind of here. I don't know this upload character. Let me check just in the blueprints. If I do upload character, I want to see exactly where is happening. Character creation. Upload character, upload character, upload character, character uploaded. But it's not very clear where character creation upload character. We finish the slideshow and we upload the character. So we do it really at the end of the slideshow. Holy moly. Okay, it's okay. I think it's fine. I mean, I think it's okay. So it's at the end of the slideshow and leaving from home and everything. And then this one is gonna call, yes, it's gonna call upload character. I'm not fully convinced about this sequence though, because okay, this is server side, this is server side, this is going back to the client. Yeah, I think it's okay. No, it's okay. It's going back to the client, saying that the character has actually been validated. I don't even know if we need this anymore, by the way. But yes, I think that is a good point. I mean, this is a good place where we should do it. Now, I don't know if it's a good idea to put the code just here. Or if I want to do it like at the end. Maybe we can do it here. So if it's not verified, it's going to remove the character. But if it's verified, so if everything worked as expected, we can add the compendium entries for the race, right? Now the problem is how to do this, because in our database, the compendium entries actually are what? I mean, it will be like I'm discovering new entries. I mean, do you want this to be felt as a discovery or not? Or do we just want to... I think the character now is live. At that point, the character is live and is fully loaded. And he has all his abilities, skills, and traits and everything. So I cannot really reload the character at that point. So I need to treat it as if you found something new. Yes, I think so. So I think that we need in our discovery manager. So we need to get the discovery manager of this character, and which is this chart data, I guess. So if I get chart data, discovery manager, right? So inside discovery manager, I want to do what? I want to add a new entry, but the problem is that it's not just a new entry, it's kind of all the entries by race. I think I need to create a new function for the discovery manager, which is able to take the race and is adding all the entries for the race, because this function is not enough. No, this function is too stupid. Even if this one is taking the item ID. Get codex creature. Get codex creature by item ID. Is this codex creature by item ID? I think the item ID is the... Come on, you can do it. Codex creature by character ID. Key is the character ID of the creature activating this entry. Ah, okay. Ah, this is very good. Ah, this is very nice. Ah. Ah, this is very nice. Okay. So it means that I think we can call this function then, because this one is just the creature ID, and the creature ID will be the creature ID is the race ID in this case. So like Stonehammer is 0. Right? Yes. I'm not completely convinced, but I think yes. I think yes. I think so. Okay, so I think it's just a matter of calling this function. So we will do now. We need to pass in the race ID, and the race ID we get it from character data, or if we have it already explicit somewhere. Yes, there is race info. We can go on race info, I guess, because race info should be associated to, yes, We have the race info. Yeah, race info is good. Race info is great. So we need to get race info, and then we need to get the race ID, but the race ID including the gender. Get the ID of the race regardless of the sex. No, we need it. Why regardless? Well, anyway, no, I don't understand. So he's taking always the male as a default, or what? How does he know? I'm a bit confused, but I think that we are always taking the male. Yeah, because I mean, if you're analyzing a Stonebreaker, a Stonehammer, you don't want to analyze a male and a female in a different way. So if you know the race, you know the race, right? So we need to understand if this get race is actually returning. I mean, which ID is returning though? In this case, we return 0. What is race pointing to? That is very strange. So I don't know if the race is pointing to race info. Race info, boys, is here. I need to understand if race is always pointing to the male version or what. Race, get in race. What? No. There is a field. Fuck. Really? There is a field on the database in race info, which is race. Really? Yes. So race 0 is always very nice. So race 1, for example. Yes, it's the same from the male and the female. Okay, perfect. So I think we are good. Assuming that let me see, for example, this one that doesn't exist anymore, but it's not a problem. 5 and 17. 5 and 17. Yeah, it's race number 4. Okay, so it seems that get race is gonna do what we need. Incredibly enough. Get race ID. Okay, so it's just one line. This line will add the compendium entry for your race. Now, the only problem will be that most likely this will show up as a new learning. And so the compendium star will appear, right? I think this is what is going to happen. that you will see the compendium star getting displayed, because we have a send compendium entry, unless we, yeah, but it's correct. We need to do this. Okay, let me recompile and see if it works, which would be pretty amazing if it was so easy. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Hello, Claire. Good afternoon to you. We are working a bit on plane shift as usual. And in particular, I'm working on the compendium. The compendium is a completely new functionality that was not existing in the old game. And the compendium is basically a repository of all your knowledge as a player. Sorry, as a character. Yeah, as a character. So it's by character, and is containing the stuff that you discover. So if you discover information about a creature, information about a plant, information about a mineral, information about a location or an NPC, you will keep all of that in the compendium, and that you can browse and see at any time. So it's basically a way for us to be sure that the player always has the lore of the game at hand, you know, and is not forgetting about stuff. But it's also a good way for us to push a bit more the roleplay aspect, and I mean the people actually understand in which world they are and what is the setting for that world and things like that. So I don't need to enter with this guy, I need to create a new character. And here the story begins. Here the story begins. Someone special. I don't know if I want to leave my voice on this part, but maybe not. So we'll create a stone hammer. We will give him a name, and we will customize him just slightly. And let me try a female so that maybe we test if it works with both races. So now if I confirm this, when I click on this confirm, I think it should not yet do the thing. I think it will go through the homeward. No. Before there is this, okay. Before there is this, then there is this one, which I would just skip right away. Then there is the history of your race, right? And then at the end of the history of the race, which will happen soon, after these 5 screens or 4 screens, our new code will trigger. And I don't know if we will have maybe the star popping up. In theory the star should appear, like new compendium entries. Ah fuck, I didn't delete. Ah, there's a new character. I don't know why the character creation is appearing for a second. There is the loading screen when you get from the character creation into the game. Actually, the star didn't show. So if I open the compendium now... Fuck. So basically it did not work. Okay. It did not work. Why? I have no idea. But it didn't work. So I think we need to debug this piece and understand why it didn't arrive to this point and why it didn't execute this, because this in theory should be correct, but there is probably something that I missed or something that I don't, something that I maybe overlooked. Let's see, boys. So we need to delete the character and create a new one. Yeah, testing character creation is a bit long because I have to go through all the steps. This is what I need to do. Yeah, there is an event today in-game. I think it started already, no? There is an event in-game running right now. What day is today? 17? It started... Ah no, it will start in 2 hours. Time before the event today. It will start in 2 hours. It's an event in-game. Justice Revisited. Thanks to a jet which is kindly running those events. I really want to run an event in Unreal though. I really would like to run one event in the new game. So we need to delete this character by entering my password. Okay. I just don't know why sometimes it the background appears between one and hear the story and hear the story. I will hear this freaking phrase a million times, you know. I will hear it like a million times. Let's try with a mail this time so that we just understand if there is a problem with the lady. Incredibly enough, had something in common. Elders of each spoke of their zodiacs in a shared ancient tongue. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, so we just wait that this thing is going through. We did some GM tests with rewarding question and a full event. Yeah, exactly. But I think it should be very possible because most of the commands are there, so will be important for me to understand what is missing. I asked Jet already. Maybe we'll do it next time. I don't know. It's true that not all the players can run maybe Unreal. But in theory you should. Hello, coach. Perhaps your layers are changing back and forth as different functions are minimized. Yeah, it's strange because the screen should stay on until the loading screen, but it seems it doesn't. Okay, he's not even reaching this point, boys. He's not even reaching this point. So I think it's probably this return. If not verify. Ah, maybe it's the opposite. Not verify is that we don't want just to verify. I think I interpreted this verify in the wrong way. Because basically, yeah, I think, you know what? I think we will put it here so I don't go crazy in finding exactly where it should be, because that's the place. This is the place, right? Everything else. Yeah, let's do it here. Let's do it here, boys. Let me recompile it. By the way, hello, coach. Welcome. If you have if you or anyone that is new has any question on the game, on what we are doing, or even have any question in Unreal in general, don't be shy. There are some there is always some downtime, you know. I mean, not downtime, how to say in English, some empty spot while I'm working on this. Like now, I'm just waiting the compilation to finish and the game to start, so I'm not really doing anything and then waiting. And so what are the limits for object import for event preparation? Well, you mean the in-game events? I mean the in-game. I think we have. I mean, we have basically everything, because we have all the levels in the game. We have most of the creatures, maybe not all the creatures, but most of the creatures. So we have most of the commands. So I think there is nothing that I need to do to have the events actually run in Unreal. It's more a matter of convincing Wedge to do it. And at least to try one time, you know. Maybe we need to make a kind of a test before and maybe we need to make one test and then run a real event. I think it would be nice, for example, to test it with like 20 players online. Because I think the maximum we tested at the moment was like 4 or 5. I would like to see what happens with 20, if it start to lag. I also would like to test with 100 and see what happens, but 100 is a bit tougher. But with I think we can reach 20, because we reached 20 in the old games during the event, so we can have the same people just joining the Unreal version and see how it goes. We didn't get the star, looks like. I don't know if he's still running this part, but I don't think so. I think he finished. We didn't get the star though. And we didn't get any creature. Fuck! Don't tell me that he's also not going through this. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Do we have any other blocker before this? There is this if verify, but I don't think we are going through that. I can put a... For example, this is an error, so for sure we are not... I mean, we must go through this. I can put another breakpoint earlier, you know, just to see, but... We must go through this. We must go through this code. I don't know why I didn't. I think he probably went through it, but he didn't add any entries. Well, let me check one thing though, because maybe the entries are there. It's just that they're not being reloaded in time. Let me see. If we go under character discovery and we refresh this table, no. We don't have any new entry. 154 is our previous character, so we should have new entries here for the new character. I'm just thinking if I'm going through maybe another piece of code, but no, it should be that one. It should be that piece of code, right? We are inside handle upload message. I think it's this one for sure. I can put a breakpoint like the first line. It's very strange. And here this is very strange. Far away from where his mission would be accomplished. Really? Incredibly enough, those planets had something in common. Elders of each spoke of their zodiacs in a shared ancient tongue, revealing their meaning. I'm sure they will give like a week's of notice to veterans to prep themselves during normal activity time. Yeah, maybe we can. Well, weeks, I don't know, but few days, yes. There will be basically, you know, only the event. I mean, it's one event. It's not that we are gonna switch completely, you know, but it's just one event to test if we can do it in Unreal and how it works in Unreal. That's the only thing. So if he doesn't go through this breakpoint, okay, he's going through it. Okay, he's going through it. Now let me see if he's going through the other breakpoint. Yes. Let me go if he's going through the other breakpoint. Yes. Okay, so he arrived here. Now we need to see why this is actually not working. So item ID is 0, but 0 is actually a valid value because 0 represents the stone hammer. So let me see if I go through this. Creature entry. Oh fuck, creature entry is actually empty. So it's not working as I was expecting. Get code is creature by item ID, returns 0. So it didn't return anything. This is strange. Codex creatures by char ID. Value key 2008. What? What? 2008. This thing is broken. 2008, I don't even know what is it, but 2008. What the fuck is 2008? There is no 2008 anyway. I think he's reading another table or something. I remember this number though. $2008. Ah, fuck. No. Okay. 2008 is the book. Okay, no. Okay, I understand. Sorry, I forgot how that function was actually working. So it would never work this way. Okay. I understand. No. Get codex creatures by item ID. It means the item ID which is triggering the codex entry, so the book. So the ID is the ID of the book, not the ID of the race. I have no idea why this thing is called by char ID then. Because by char ID, key is the character ID of the creature? Absolutely not. The key is not the character ID of the creature activating this entry because we have seen that the I think I miscalculated something here. Wait. Add codex creature activation by ID. Int ID. Exactly. This is the book. There is the book. Why I called it... Exactly. The text is the same as above. Is this one. Key is the item stats ID of the book activating this entry. If you want to go by creature, I think you can use this one. I think you can use... I'm not completely sure, but... Key is race info ID. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So I need to do... I think I need... So I need a new function here because this one is not... Add compendium entry by item. It will never work. I mean, it will never work in our situation. So I need Wait a second, I just need to do something. Yes, I pasted it over because it's the same. So both are these two, you know, are both accessing the stat ID of the book. This one for creatures and this one for plants and minerals. But both of them as an entry point, so as an int, have the book. So they are identical. They are identical. So we need to create a new function. But 1 second, because I need to take something out of the fridge so that I don't have to defrost it for hours later. Defrosting. Do you want to eat the lasagna or do you want to eat the skewers? I don't know. Lasagna or skewers? I think I will go skewers. I think I will go skewers. Okay. I'm just defrosting a bit of meat for doing the dinner later. So so yes, this one is not good enough. We need a PS Discovery Manager. We need to add a new adds a new entry display knowledge by book ID, by creature ID. So I think we need to have something like add compendium entry by race, and fuck it, right? And here we have just race ID. And oops. And now the question is, how do we want to trigger this? The question is, no, I mean the trigger I have, but the I don't know if I want this, but potentially. Let me just copy all of that. So the way to do it will definitely be a PS Codes creature as an output, but we cannot this function is not good, because this function which seems to be the smart one, but is not the smartest one. I need to do it here because Cache Manager has these methods as private. Because we have them as private. And so this one will take from, I think we'll take directly from Codes Creatures. If what I read is okay. I'm not convinced, but let's try. I'm not really convinced, but anyway, the I mean, the theory is this one, right? So we have to do it this way. Now, we need to understand if in Cache Manager we really have these entries properly ordered by creature ID or not. So that's the only... But we can see it here, eh? It's saying that the key is the race info ID, so in theory. If this comment is correct, we can debug it and see. We can debug it, maybe not here, but when it's finished. Right? And we see if we have our entries as 0. Yeah. I see more people are joining. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hey. Good evening or good morning, depending where you are. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Pa pa para param. There's someone asking about voiceovers, so just sending him the link. Turu 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 turu. He's compiling, eh? I'm waiting the compilation. Or no? What? What did he do? Did he start and crash or what? They did the song of Outrun, boys. Outrun. You don't know the game, huh? You have to be a bit old to know Outrun. It was a very, very nice car game where you were driving your Ferrari with a blonde girl on the right side. This version is I don't think it's coming from Amiga. I don't know. Maybe. I think it is a kind of a remastered version of something. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Hey, we have a problem. Let me just do something because I need to understand how we are populating this thing. I think that I don't know. I was playing it. I think Amiga, yes, but I was also on really arcade cabinets, you know. So real thingies. Real video game cabinets. Why one still failed? Come on. Oh my god, it's so annoying. I want just to compile to see the other piece, and no, it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to. Please, compile this thing. Please. We need to test how that array is loaded in, because I think unfortunately here is loaded not as an array, and the fact that it's not as an array bothers me a bit. Because it's not a multi-map. So if it's not a multi-map, then how the hell is it gonna work? I don't understand. Let me follow this thing a second, because I think Codex creatures. Codex creatures add CID. See. You see, it's not the idea of the creature. It's not the idea of the creature, boys. No, it's not. It's not. The key is not the racing fight, eh? No way. No way. So do we scan them all, or do we prepare a new structure? Because CID, for example, is 1, and then is 2, and then is 3, and these are the IDs that we have in Codex Creature, in Codex Nature here. 1, 2, and 3. Has nothing to do with the 0, 0, 0. So this thing is broken. I mean, it's not broken, it's different. So this is Codex Nature. The ID is Codex Nature ID, actually. Unfortunately. So always scan them all, but scanning them all is kind of a pain in the neck. And so probably a better idea would be to create another temporary structure that is holding an array divided by. Also, I think we should change this name. It's super confusing. It's not by char ID, it's by book ID. This is by item. Let me change it, because otherwise I will go crazy another million times. It's not by char ID, it's by item ID. Can I just change them all? Because it is going to be so confusing, you have no idea. If we keep it like this. Codex creatures by item ID. Yeah, exactly. Replace all. And then when we get we have to do it also in we also have to do it in cache manager. Exactly the same substitution. Come on. So now the problem is that okay, this one is okay. I think we need to create a new one. I think we need to create a new one which is ordered by creature, because I want this to be fast, you know. I don't want to spend time. I prefer to spend a bit of time when the server is starting than spending time when the server is running. So I think I will really have, you know, a Codex creature by race ID, where here the key is race ID. And this means that we need to populate this guy, eh? We need to populate this guy when we are initializing and loading in. Goodbye, coach. Thank you for stopping by. So we go with this. So basically whenever we go through a specific race, now the problem is, how do I do it though? It's not that easy. It's not that easy because I need to create an array which is I think I need to do another run. I think I need to do another run at the end of this. I think I need to do another run. I cannot do it in this cycle, right? I cannot do it in this cycle. What? Add codex creature, but activation ID is not. What the fuck? Wait a second. Parse creature activation method. Okay, so here we are reading for each entry. Here we are reading for each entry in our database. So for each of these entry, how this thing can be activated, right? And if we understand there is a book, then we put it into the yes. If we understand that the activation is a skill, then I don't understand what we do. We ability codex creature add Okay, so we do it on the ability. So the ability is keeping the list of all the codex entry that you can activate on all the creatures. Okay, I understand. Now, can we reuse this, or do we need to create... because in theory, the way to do it, you know, will be to do it here. So to do it here and to say... yeah, the problem is that if I don't want to keep two structures, one on the ability and one in the cache manager. This thing is complex. Wait a second. So we are keeping. Okay, let me try to do a schema of this. Otherwise, I will never do it. So we are keeping information in multiple ways. Okay, we are keeping information when the activation is by a book. We actually have an array which is listing all the codex entries activated by that particular book ID. And this is very handy because if we go by book ID, we can just read this array and everything is unlocked, right? Then we have another way, which is by skill ID or by talent, right? And this one is keeping an array actually inside the skill itself, which lists all the codex entries that belong to a creature. Okay, it's the same here. All the codex entries belonging to this creature. So here the array is in the skill, while here the array is in cache manager. Right? Now we have a different use case here because we don't want to get only the entries that are unlocked with a book or with a skill. We want to get all the entries that are actually referring to a race, right? And this thing is happening. Only on character creation, I guess. Yes. So the third way is that we want to unlock at character creation. So we want to unlock all the entry of one race. All the entry of one race, regardless if they are activated by books, abilities, or anything else, because this is something you get for granted. Now, the fact that we do it at character creation, I think we can actually scan the whole thing. It will be a bit long though, because we may have hundreds of entries in this thing, right? And what I will have to do, I will have to scan them all, and for each one compare if the race ID is equal to my ID, and then create an array of that, and then pass it as a codex entry and unlock it. So we have two ways of doing this. So one way is to basically parse at runtime. So basically when the character is getting created, you know, at creation, all entries, and select the race ones. Or another way or another way will be to create a T-map of int array of codex entry where int array of codex entry where the int is the race. And so that will be super fast, right? Because I will directly go on the race and boom, I get it. The problem of this one is that basically I need to create, so I will have to scan, but this will be not at creation, will be at server startup. So at server startup, right, I will scan all entries by race ID. So I will have a for race ID. So we will do a for this thing. We will do a for this. No, actually we need to do a for, we actually need to do a for this. Yes, we need to do a for this unique, a for unique this, and based on and then for each one, right? For each one, so we need to cycle on race info race. So we need to cycle on race info race. And then for each one, create an array. Yeah, create an array which includes all the content codex entry of that race. At that point, we will be good. At that point, we will be super quick at character creation. One or the other. This one is a bit easier. This one is a bit more annoying to do, but is this one is consuming a bit more memory, but I mean at the end is very little, but it is consuming a bit more time at every server startup, because obviously we'll take a bit more time at server startup to do this job. So yes, we'll use a bit more memory and we'll slow down the server startup a bit. This one will we will take less memory and we'll use some time, more time when the character is getting created. I think they are very equivalent at the end. I mean, it's not that we are creating characters every 2 seconds, right? And this will be anyway, only pointers to existing codex entry. So in reality, this data structure is very light. It's just an integer and a pointer and nothing else. So it's basically 2 numbers, right? So it's made of nothing. So it's using 0 memory, basically. I think I probably prefer to do it this way, because it means that we have everything prepared, you know, when the server is up and running, everything is prepared. And now the only problem is that if we have like 100 races, I mean, we don't have 100 races, but we have like 30 or so. I will have to keep 30 different array by race. But they would be the best. I think this, I don't know, they are kind of, they have pros and cons, both of them. This one is a bit of the lazy way. And it's just slowing down the server every time someone creates a character, which I don't like it too much. While this one is a bit of the optimized way. But, okay, so I think we will go with this one. Now, it's kind of annoying because we need to do it in the, kind of in a weird place. So we need to do it in Cache, well, not weird, but we need to do it in Cache Manager. Basically when we are scanning the compendium data. And I would say at the end of everything, so at the end, yeah, so basically here, I would say create supporting array of entries by race to be used on character creation. So we'll create this thing, right? And this thing is is exactly this one that I just added 1 second ago. So it's this one. It's exactly this one. It's exactly this one. So how do we populate this? We populate it by hey, I need to do a select anyway. I need to hit the database one time more. I have to hit the database, but it's at server startup, so it's fine. I will have to select distinct of race from race info. And I think that this one will basically return, we can try it, but I think this one will basically return yes, something like that. And we will then okay, check if it's valid, but it will be valid. If it's not valid, what do we do? We give an error or something? No, we do nothing. So this will be like something like result race info, and we will check if this one is actually valid. Okay, and then I think we can just at this point cycle for all the results, right? So the same way we do here. So we will cycle by result count, yes. And for each of the races, we will have to basically create a new array of this pointing to the codex creature that we just created above. So, and then we will have to put this array creatures. And now we need to, so for each race now we need to cycle again, unfortunately, on all the current results that we added to our codex creature. So we need to iterate on codex creatures. Codex creatures is I think it's a T map. So we can create an iterator, which is an int at the end. How do we iterate T maps? Is by iterator. We do create iterator or something. I think so. So I think if I go wait, I think if I go codex creatures create iterator, I think it was without parameters, and this one will return a T iterator. Yes. So I think I need whatever is the definition of this, and this one will be T iterator equal to, this will be my iter thingy, and then we just cycle on this thing, right? So we while iter and we plus plus iter, and then we just get I think I want the value of this, and the value will be a codex creature pointer. And now from the codex creature pointer, which will be our entry, I want to get the race info, which by the way is a pointer as well, but that's not a problem. And of this one, I want to get the race ID, which we said that is the one that is raceless. And I want to check if this one is equal to my what is it? It is equal to the first item of this one, right? So it's equal to this of get this of x get int of what is returning race, right? Of race. So if this is equal to that, then it means that we need to add this entry to our array. So we will do array creatures dot add of this entry, right? Which is anyway a pointer, so it's super light, right? So we are not gonna do crazy stuff. And then we cycle. Okay. When we finish the cycle, we need to add this array to our codex creature by race ID. So we will have codex creature by race ID, which will take as an int the actual this, which maybe I can, just for clarity of the code, I can just put here as race ID. And so yeah, race ID, and then it will take my newly created array as, okay, so this array is not a pointer, this array is the actual array. Okay, so we are going to add the actual array to this T map. So basically now we will have a T map, just to visualize it a second. So we will have a T map, right, which is made of an array of creature entry, right? So the T map will have, like, for example, race ID number 0, and then here you will have an array with all the elements, right? With all the elements of the compendium that are applicable to this particular race. And here you will have, I don't know, 23, and this will be all the entries of the compendium that are belonging to the array. So that is making our life later on so much easier, right? So much easier. So I don't know if we need to print out something as a result. I mean, we are going to debug it for sure, because probably will not work at the first run, but this is the theory, right? This is the theory. I think memory-wise, it will take very, very little, and because all is basically two numbers, is a T map of two numbers. So, and processing wise, I think it will take definitely a bit to start up, but when we will have the full database with all the entries, right? But so the maximum number of entries that we may have is 5 by, I don't know, 50. So it's still a very small number overall, right? It's still a super small number for a for loop, you know. It's still super small, so I think it will take very little to start up. So we don't care too much about the startup time, which at the moment is already something like 3 or 4 minutes, just because we are loading and parsing a bunch of stuff. But we really care about the runtime, where when the server is up, because the server has so much stuff to do, like managing all the artificial intelligence, moving the characters and such, that if we can avoid using additional CPU time, is better. Okay, let's just run it and see if this piece of code is doing something, or if I messed up the code. Okay, it's not this one though. Okay, so we clear out the array, so now it's empty. We do our select. Let me see if the select is returning something decent. Yes, it's returning 28 items. 28 seems to be pretty much the right value. Yes, exactly 28. So now it's going through each of the 28, is creating a new array, is iterating on the results, is creating the iterator, is saving the race ID. The first one will probably be 0, yes. Is going in, is iterating on the first entry. He finds an entry, is of item type number 2, which is okay. This is the race info, and yes, the race ID is 0. So in theory this one should be selected. In fact, it is selected. Is iterating on the next one, is selecting the next one, the next one, the next one. Then from a certain point down, you should not select them anymore, because they are for another race. Yes, like this one you should not select. In fact, he's not selecting it. And also the next ones. And then is adding to our array with race ID 0. To our T map with race ID 0, 4 items, which seems to be okay. So he added these 4 items that we have here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now we will do these 5 items for the clacker. Let's see if it does it properly. So it's going in, clearing the array, going for the iterator. The race ID is 1. The race ID is 1, so in this case you will find nothing, right? So none of the entries will be selected. And I need to put a break when it will take me forever. So the next one will be the race ID 2 and so on. Okay, let me just skip until we complete it. Okay, we completed it, and so we should have in our creature array. There are a lot of arrays that are empty though. I think if it's empty, if we have no elements, we can avoid putting the... Yeah, I think that's a bit of an optimization. We can avoid, if we have no entry for that race, we can avoid adding this. So we can say something if array creatures or not. Maybe not. I think we can have an empty array. Maybe it's cleaner to have an empty array, you know, so that we know that it's really 0. Because anyway, I will have to check it later on anyway. So yeah, I think it may be good to have an empty array. Okay, so we loaded the empty array and the other array. So we should have, if I want to check it, there should be, yes, number 4 here and number 5, and all the others should be empty. Perfect. Okay, so this code is actually working, which is great. So what we're gonna do now that we have this new function, I mean the new team app, is to go in our cache manager. I added a new function here at the bottom, which at the moment is returning an empty array. It should return this one, find by race ID. And this is actually going to do exactly what we want. And this getCodex creature is then going to be called like this. Yes. Perfect. And this one here is going to be called by... I think this one we are not calling yet. This track reminds you of the music of Dune. I can give you something better than that. Play folder Dune 2. I can play this if you want, which is actually the Dune music. Dune 2. Okay, so this one we don't have yet. We can play the whole album if you want. So I'm searching in the character creation manager, that line. Yes, exactly. Now it becomes this line. And I think that this line will do the job, I think. It's a bit low volume. Okay, succeeded. So I think we can run it. And see if now, if we create a new character. I don't know where is the main team. Maybe this is the first one. Let me see. There is one that I remember very, very clearly, but like they were the one by race, like the one for the Arconen, which is this one. Because there was one for each race. But man, it was like so much time ago. So much time ago. Let me see if there is another one. Yeah, this one. This one I think was the main menu. But I'm not sure anymore.
And here the story begins.
And here the story begins. The head of my character is still a bit fucked up, and when I look to the right a lot, it goes up like this. I don't know why. Okay.
Incredibly enough, had something in common. Elders of age.
Okay, so now, in theory, we should hit this breakpoint. I can even let it go, but we should hit this breakpoint, and this breakpoint should find... maybe it's better if we put it here. But this breakpoint should find 4 entries. It should happen about now. Yes. Yes. Wow, 4 entries. Good. We are good. Ah! Fuck, we crashed. Why we crashed? We crashed on saving. Really? Wow, the owner is null. So it's like if our character is not yet fully initialized. That may be an issue, huh? That may be a big issue, boys. That is annoying. So it means that send compendium entry. So we try to send the compendium entry of our character. But it seems that the owner of my discovery manager is not yet initialized. Because we are at the early beginning, right? And the character is just born. So we get the right number of entries here, but why the owner is not? And the owner is null. This is not very good. The owner is null, so it means that we didn't set yet in this discovery manager the owner. But it's kind of weird though, because the owner when is the owner set? When is the discovery manager actually created for our character? Handle upload. Because in theory the data should already be loaded. And this is why I wanted to add it on the fly, because our character, I don't think we are going to reload the character from the database. We are just creating it and saving it. But it looks like my discovery manager is not initialized properly. So I'm thinking, does this happen anyway with all the new characters, or because in theory in the new, now I need to understand where is the discovery manager initialized, because in theory in the new we should create the discovery manager already and the owner should be set. So I'm a bit surprised that it is actually crashing, because discovery, yeah, exactly. We do it in the load though. We do it only in the load, but it is a kind of this is a mistake though. Well, it's not a mistake. It's because when you are a new character, you don't have any buddies, you don't have any quests. So it's normal that in the creation, those can stay null or empty, while the discovery manager, yeah, we need to have this line. We need to have this line. We need to have this line in the character creation, because the discovery manager we want to be initialized. By the way, initialization, you see, is doing nothing else than this. So it's doing nothing else than that. So where do we want to do it? Do we want to do it in the character creation, or do we want to do it? I think I want to do it in the character creation when I'm before the new call. So basically, so we will initialize the discovery manager, you know, with our character data. And then we're gonna call this. Because we miss only the owner, there is nothing else, so I think we'll be fine. Okay. I thought it was a major problem, but I think it's an okay problem. I think we should not be too much of a... Now, we need to see if now, when we launch it, if we are not going to mess up with the character initialization, because actually when the character is getting created in the game, is requesting the compendium data from the server. And here we are explicitly sending new compendium data to the server. And so I don't know which of the two will happen first, right? I don't know which of the two will happen first. I have no idea. I don't know, because one is coming from the blueprint. One is coming from the blueprint at the end of the loading, while this one is coming from the server when the character is actually getting. I have no idea. But depending on which one is called first, you know, we may change the code, because if it's a bit of a, I don't know, it's a synchronization problem that we will need to solve somehow. Maybe problematic. It might be problematic. Now in a bit more time. My food still need to be cooked. I mean, unfrozen. So what we can check, I think, is the time in the log or the sequence.
And here the story begins.
Or the
Someone
sequence of
special
events.
was born
Why sometimes it's still
far away from where his mission would be accomplished.
no idea.
Incredibly enough, those planets had something in common. Elders of each spoke.
I don't know. We will see. Now at least it should not crash anymore in that particular point. We will still see the debug. But I don't know if the loading will request to the server the entries, and those entries will exclude the new ones that we created or not. Because we are adding them to the knowledge of the player at the end of this sequence. But at the end of this sequence is also when we are moving the character into the world. It's just happening from different parts of the code, and at the moment I don't know which one is happening first. Ouch. We are crashing pretty badly, boys. Okay. Yeah, it seems that the character on the client side is not yet ready to receive stuff, because when I'm trying to check You know, let's make our life a bit easier, okay? Because otherwise, let's avoid sending the entries to the client right now. Visual Studio GG'd completely. Okay, let's avoid sending the entry to the client right now. So I can put a comment, you fix me, sending the entries on chart creation crashes the server, and we need to understand why, okay? But for now, let's just run it without sending those entries. So we will load the entries, we will save them to the database. So actually the player will have them in the database. And then I want to see what happens when the character enters the game and he asks for receive compendium entries, because he will ask for it. Now, wait. We are missing a step, boys. We are missing a step. We are finding all the entries in the database, and that's correct, by race, and that's correct. But then I need to store them, huh? Because I don't think I stored anything at the moment. So, and it's not... Send compendium entries. Yes, actually it's part of this. It's part of this, fuck. We can add a flag. Okay, let's add a flag. It's the only chance we have. Let's add a flag, which is a boolean, which will be called store only. Okay, so it's only storing in the database, but it's not sending them to the player at this time. And store only as a default should be false, so I don't have to change the rest of the code, right? Bing, PS chart discovery, send compendium entry. Oh my god, there are so many. Send compendium entries. This one. Okay, so this one will have bool store only equal to false. So as a default, it will be false, but in our case, which is this case, we will pass through. So we will, and then, so we will only save. And so we do here a check, you know, if entry is greater than 0, and not store only, right? So if we don't have only to store, but we also have to send, then we will send. We will do it for this one, and we will do it for this one. And yes, I think this may at least avoid a crash. Now, we need to understand if all of this is happening before the client is getting teleported to the right location and before the client initializes all the entries and all the UI, because then when the UI is initialized, is asking for the compendium knowledge. but I think is after what I'm doing. Hello, Joel. Unfrozen equal cooked. No. Depends. If you want to eat sushi, yes. Depends on the food. If you want to eat a fruit, yes. But if you want to eat meat, there are 2 steps. Unfroze and cook. And at the moment we are still at the unfreezing, unfrozen, unphrasing, I don't know. Unfreeze something step. Okay. Let's go. Let's see if this is better. Now we need to remember this because this will happen also in other places or not. No, only at character creation. I think the only problem is that we are very early in the creation of the character, and so not all the structures are already in place. Wow. Okay, let me launch the client. By the way, boys, if you want to help, you know, even in a very simple way, what you can do, for example, you can retweet my tweets of when I go live, or you can retweet the news or post on Facebook, on your Facebook, or on your Instagram, on whatever, some screenshots of the game or screenshot of the live streaming, whatever, right? Or maybe make a post saying that the game is under development. I mean, anything like that will bring new people to know that the game is there. So if you want to help in that simple way, you can. You can.
And here the someone special was born.
Let me check.
Far away from where his mission would be accomplished.
I need to change that. I need to remove that voice. Drive me crazy. I listened to it like a million times now.
Planets had something in common.
Okay, let's see if now we hit the. I think I will let it go. You know. Let me remove the break. Let me just debug, disable all breakpoints. Fuck it. Let's just let it run, because I want to see the timing. You know, if the timing is correct compared to the. Now all these pictures that you see now will be changed, okay, and all of it will be voice-overed. So these are just temporary pictures of the story, but so what we are expecting to see the character in the game, and we are expecting. Okay, up to here is loading, so it's good. Unfortunately, Compendium was open already, but it's just because I had it open before. But I saw the right information. So actually we got, nice, we got all the 4 stone hammer entry. So it seems to be working fine, huh? We got all the 4 stone hammer entry. And obviously we have no plants, no minerals, but at least our race has been fully discovered. So let me check on the database, and my guy has the right color and whatever. Let me check if on the database we got under character discoveries new data. Yes, we got it. We got it actually for 2 characters, but probably because this one was the previously created, right? And But this one is the, yeah, so we got knowledge type, codex creatures, yes. And you got knowledge type 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are under codex nature 1, 2, 3, and 4, the 4 entry for the Stonebreaker, regardless if they are talents, books, or whatever else. So this is very good because, you know, I think we can reuse the same technique also for the other parts of the compendium. So in the compendium we have, yes, the creatures, plants, and minerals, but we also have, for example, the main story. And the main story, we will have like 3 or 4 new entries when you load into the game, right? So the first steps of the main story will be there. And so we can use exactly the same technique. We can add new items. Yeah, so it worked. It worked, boys! GG! It actually worked, so I'm pretty happy about this. So we fixed quite some stuff. So we fixed the layout of the compendium. We fixed... now it will be very nice to have a nice background here, but we will put it one day. And we fixed the icons, and we fixed the sequence, and we simplified a bit of the blueprint. So I think we did good. Now we're still missing the picture here in the middle. Yes. This one maybe we can add. But now I think it will be nice if we could, you know, if we could use a talent, right? Use a talent to, for example, uncover the knowledge on this creature, or uncover the knowledge on this creature, right? I think this will be very nice. There are different ways to do it, but I need to check my dinner now. Let me put a... I think it should be unfrozen by now. Unfrozen. What is my cran on top of the thingy? We have so many missions, boys. Wow. Wow. We did so many missions. It's insane. So checking food, checking dinner, or preparing. I think it's more preparing than preparing dinner. 2 minutes. Well, even 1 maybe. I don't know. Let's say 1 minute and let's see how it goes. Okay. Probably was even 3 minutes, huh? Yeah, it's still a bit frozen, so I still need a bit of time. Okay, but I think we made good progress here because we have that working. So now what I want to do, I want to connect, you know, my my talents, in particular the empathy, right? The empathy talents. I want to connect them to what we did. So I want. We have these two talents: examine humans and examine lesser creatures. Right? You can learn about a creature by studying it, and you can learn about a human creature by studying it. So I would like to use this ability, right? I would like to use this ability to study this guy. Now, the problem is how we do it, because we didn't think about it too much yet. So we just said, you know, the last time we just said the following. We said that for area mission compendium, compendium activation, I think it is. Yes. We said that in the books you will find in the book you will find the habitat, the ecology, the history, right, of the creature. By the description and the picture, you will get them only by using the talent. Now the question is, do we want this talent to be used on multiple creatures before the entry unlocks, or I mean on multiple creatures of the same type, right, before the entry unlocks, or do we want just to examine it once? And also, if we examine it, do we want to have some random chance of failure? And how much we want the examine to last? 10 seconds, 1 minute, 3 hours? And should there be any skill involved? Or is just, you know, a pure click on it and it works? Those are all very big questions. I think one thing that I would like, you know, is, for example, you find a human, it looks a bit like a human, and you examine it, and after you examine it enough, right, the entry maybe will appear, or that is a kind of a mini quest, you know, mini quest inside a quest that you need to examine, I don't know, 3 of them before he actually unlocks, which I think would be cool. It's like a mini quest, right? The problem is that if you want to have this kind of mini quest, we need to keep track somewhere of the fact that our talent, our discovery is not complete, right? At the moment, in my character discoveries, I don't have any flag that is telling me something like examined 1, 2, 3 people. It doesn't tell me, right? And I don't even know if I want to do it, by the way. I don't know if I want to have something in the database which is polluting that much, you know. Maybe we can only keep it at runtime, so you need to examine it in one session, in one gaming session, and it can be like 3 creatures, and they have to be different creatures. Now, if this is the case, how do we store this information? Because we will need to store somewhere, for sure inside Discovery Manager. For sure inside Discovery Manager. And can we do it in Discovery Manager? Can we do it in the same can we do it in the same structure? No. Discovery list, because the discovery list, so I could add one flag. The discovery list is using discovery. Which is a super simple structure at the moment, which is just keeping track of the ID, the type, and the ability. I don't remember why the ability. The ID, the type. I don't understand why we have the ability here actually. But I don't think I'm even using this discovery thing, you know, at the moment. Because when we are working on, no, we're not even using it. I mean, we have this get discovery list, but get discovery list, I think is not used. No, I think it's not used, because now when we need to retrieve the compendium data, we are going directly on we are going directly here. But I think it would make sense to put a column for the discovery, which is like a partial discovery. Like if a discovery requires 2 or 3 steps. So imagine that you have a discovery of a city, but you want, you know, the discovery to take maybe 3 different places inside the city. So how do we keep that information? Maybe if we add a new column here, you know, we can say something. I don't know if it should be a script or should be a flag or should be just a kind of a number of, you know, number of elements. But I think it may get pretty complex with certain discoveries. But yes, even just for our character, you know, this discovery, for example, can say, okay, examine 3 different humans, right? Examine 3 different humans. To understand that they are different, I need to keep the ID of the human somewhere. So even if there was another column here, this should anyway involve a string, for example, separating by comma my IDs, right, of the creatures that I found. If it's about discovering locations, and maybe I need 3 locations, can be the coordinates or can be the name of the location. So, so I think that this field, if we add it, may become pretty complex. But I'm just reasoning on it. I think it's needed, right? I think it's needed. I cannot just keep, well, or I keep it in memory and we do it in one session, but in one session may be pretty annoying because maybe imagine that the creature is not that common, right? And we require you to examine 3 of them and they are very far away from each other. Then it become a bit of a mess, right? But so if I scan this guy and I get the entry, it's super easy. Basically, it's no work. It's very easy. If I want to keep like a track of 3 of them, it starts to be a bit more complex because it means that I need to look at my name, by the way. Herril Bongabu. It needs to keep track, you know, of that information somewhere. And I think it can be ability by ability, but imagine that I'm scanning, it may start to be annoying, you know, like imagine that I'm examining multiple creatures and I'm examining this one, another one, and I have, you know, 1 token or 1 point on each of them, right? And then I need to scan all those points all the time to understand if I finished. I need to decide a rule like if it's finished or not, and I need to store into the database. So it's not that easy. I mean, it's like a mini project into the project. Okay, let me see if the food can be cooked now. Let me see. Hello, food? Can it be cooked? I think so. Looks like yes. It looks like yes. Let's go. Irinos. Need 15 minutes. So in about 15 minutes it will be ready. Hello, Filthy Remake. Is the alpha out? Do you think you have your game better every alpha or less bugs and just adding? Yeah, the alpha is out already since some time. You can check it on our main website. So we released 079 on the 2nd of April, so about 2 weeks ago. And then we released 078, 076, 077. So we released, yes, we released definitely many alpha. And every time it's getting better, yes. There are less bugs, we are fixing stuff and we are adding new stuff. So it's getting more and more playable and more polished. There is still a lot to do because there are still some parts that are not really good enough, but you know, like this icon here, for example, it is stretched. I have no idea why it is stretched. Like the last icon seems to stretch all the time, but I mean, it's not a major issue, but yes, it's getting better and better. It's getting better and better. It's not going super fast, but it's not going super fast because we do it in our spare time. If I could work on this every day, all day, you know, it would be much better. Still will be hard because an MMO like this requires a lot of people. I mean, you cannot do it by yourself, but I have some people helping me, which is nice. They are not super active, but you know, they are kind of active when they can, and that's good. But yeah, 1080, we run the game with good FPS. Yes, absolutely. I had a 1070 before and was running very good. You just need to maybe lower a bit the shadows. If you keep the shadows at epic, I don't know why, but it goes pretty slow. But if you keep the shadow at high and pretty much everything else at epic, it's usually running well. So yeah. So it is. It is. It is. If you want to try it, you can become a Patreon. At the lowest tier is $3. So never a game was so cheap, right? But well, there are games that are less than $3, I guess. But if you become a Patreon, you can try it right now. But it's okay. You can also wait a bit more. It will be anywhere released for everyone at a certain point, so it will not be. It will be available for everyone for free anyway. So I'm just using the Patreon, you know, to motivate myself a bit, because it's always nice to see people that are donating to support, and also because maybe we can use that money, which goes to the project itself. To commission maybe some stuff, so maybe commission some of the art, or so is, you know, is so it's money that we can use for improving the game. I'm thinking what I want to do, because this step of, I mean, I can do a first step where I just use the examine on this guy and he unlocks the entry. Okay, I think that's a very easy step. Well, kind of easy step. Maybe we should do that one first, and then we can expand it maybe with other steps like intermediate, scan multiple people, kind of stuff, right? But yes, basically the point is, if you have the skill empathy at a reasonable level, in this case it's level 10, and you are using it on him, it should unlock at least the basic entry. So how to do that? First of all, I need to give me some skill because I don't have it. So set skill me empathy 30. Invalid skill. Empathy. Okay. Sorry, I just misspelled it. So now I have it at level 30, as you can see. And so the first talent is unlocking. The first talent is unlocking. So I can take this talent, put it in my... By the way, can I just execute it from here? No, I cannot. The only way you can execute it is if you drag it into the bar. And then that's a bit annoying though, eh? But, okay. That's what it is what it is now. And then you click it. Now, if I click it now, I think nothing will happen because I think this one will issue a /ability examine humans, which is probably going to go into probably into user manager. Ability, handle ability. So it's going here. So when I click on this, yes, you see it's going here. Okay, fine. Then player activates ability, exactly. Player activates ability, blah, blah, blah. Check if the player meets the skill requirement, ability can activate. Check if the player is not busy. Check if the ability and the target are compatible. Empathy 31. You need a valid target. So if I don't have a target selected like this, in theory this should fail somehow. Yes, you need a valid target. See, so this is working already. This is working already. It's just that then, you know, if the ability has compendium entries, trigger the addition. So in theory, this one is already trying to execute it, huh? He's already trying to execute. Interesting. Yes. He's already trying. Oh my god. I need to put the breakpoint here. He's already trying to execute this code. And he's checking if creature entry. So in reality, he's doing it already. He's doing it already. I mean, we can try. So basically, what I need, the only thing that I need entries for humans, because that guy is a human, and at the moment we don't have, we didn't define anything here for the race humans. We didn't define anything. So I think I can try with Compendium data. You want to play the new one? Nice. Consider it will take us a bit to release it, so don't hold your breath. Take some time. So you see every race should have 4, yes. And Ilian should have 4 as well. So that one is an Ilian. Now, can we get some information, even if it's random, but I mean, not really random, but let me get just some random text, right? Like this one. And we put it under description, right? And then we go into habitat, and we say nutrition. We take this piece, for example, and then under ecology, well, ecology is more nutrition though. Yeah, actually this one should be nutrition. And habitat, we can take the homeworld description, something like that. Just random for now, okay? Just to have some text. And the history, we can take I don't know, a few lines of this. Then all of this will have to be created properly, but you know. Okay, now let me see if I can insert, if this insert is already smart enough, and I can put it into the database immediately without going crazy. There are some problem with the escape, but it should be fine. Okay, let me try to put this into the database. At line 1. Why? Because 13 already exists. I know, 13, 14, 15, 16. Actually did it. I don't know what he's complaining about, but he actually did it. I think it's good, it did it. Okay, so now we have we don't have an icon, fuck. But the icons are the same as above. So we can say 7, 1, 2, and 5. So the ref ID is correct. The item type is correct. Okay, so I think that this is going to be good. So now let's restart the database. I mean, restart the server with a new database and see if we can actually examine that guy and we can get at least a description. Now, in theory, the description should go together with a picture. The description should go together with the picture. I think it can be a picture, no? Do you want to have a 3D in the middle? I think a picture, I think a drawing would be better. If the drawing is well done, you know, is well made, I think it will be very nice. Without the need of creating another, you know, temporary view on a 3D model that is standing somewhere. And so we connect with the same guy, Bongabu, the dwarf Bongabu. I think it's a good dwarf name, Bongabu. And also Herril. with double E, double R, double L. Wow. Real. Okay, this guy. And we click on this. And we click on examine human. You do not meet the requirement for this ability because I think that it reset when I log off. Yes, so I need to set skill me empathy 30. We said, right? So now I have it. Now I have it. So if I click here, okay, we go through the whatever code, and nothing happened. Yes, nothing happened. Okay, let's check a second why. Because in theory, okay, let me check if I do it again. Creatures entry. Creatures entry is actually, there is one inside. So items to send, creature entry, codex creature, find ref. Check if the entry is not already present. ID 1? No, it's not ID 1. No, it's impossible. Okay, so this check is fucked up. Because this entry for sure I don't have in my guy. Right? I don't have the ID related to but I also need to do the check with the race though. I think I'm not doing it. Okay. I think my food is ready. I think my food is ready. 1 second. I have to check that. Checking dinner. 1 minute. 1 minute. Ah, very, very nice. The dinner is ready. So I'm eating dinner. I'm eating dinner, few minutes. We can speak if you want. Eating dinner. We can speak if you want. I'm eating some skewers of different meat and French fries. And some cheese as well. Very, very nice. And there are also some vegetables in the mix. Because the skewer come with the vegetables. Like pepperoni. Because pepperoni is a vegetable. So I think the problem at the moment is that we don't do the check on which creature we are scanning. I think this is why it's not working. We need to check the creature and extract only the entries for that particular creature. French fries, huh? Would be nice to have the stack splitting in game. What do you mean? Stack splitting is there since ever. What do you mean? If you click on an item that has a stack, he asks you how much you want to split. There is a pop-up with a stack, no? What else you need? The withdraw from bank. I think we added, the last time we added one all. I think we added one and all. But probably amount, I think amount was disabled, huh? I think if you click on amount, it does nothing at the moment, huh? Ah, sì. Yeah, in theory, should just pop up the same, the same stack splitter. So it should pop up the same stack splitter. And ask you for the amount. Or maybe just have a number next to it. We can also have a field, you know, just next to the amount button with a number that you can type. I think the stack splitter is nice because it's a bit more visual, so you don't have to type anything. You can do all with the mouse. But I don't know. But I don't know. 1 second, boys, huh? 1 second. just took something to drink because I forgot to drink. Yeah, mount is inactive. Yeah, I know. I'm drinking an Italian beer. Very good. Anyway, yeah, we need to think what to do next, but I think I want to push more on the talents. No, it's called Menabrea. Fuck. Menabrea beer. The bottle I have in front of me is identical to this one. So it's a small bottle, 30 centiliters. I think. Right? 33, yeah. Yes, it's a small beer, meaning that it's not a pint. Usually a beer equals a pint, which is this. If I put my beer inside of this glass, I think I will fill it probably up to here. Maybe. So yes, a small beer. I don't drink a lot of beer, but I really like it. I drink it usually on Friday or Saturday, so I drink like 1 beer a week or something like that, maximum 2. But I really like it. Boom. So if you want to see the city where I live, I live here. I live in this city, where you can see all the mountains like that. Now this picture is particularly good, but I can say that is fairly correct. So you can see a lot of mountains. Also, if you look at the right of this and at the left of this, so outside of the picture, there are more mountains all around. So you can see nearly 180 degrees, or let's say 130, maybe 150 degrees of mountains. No, it's not Photoshop. It's like this. Maybe they added a bit of pink. I don't know. But actually, now there is a skyscraper here in the middle. I think that picture is probably a bit old, or they avoided, or they managed to avoid the skyscraper somehow. I think they managed to avoid it, or they deleted it. There is the same, just from another angle. So the previous picture we were looking from here, from the left to the right. This one is the opposite, it's from the right to the left. And you see that the mountains are like continuing over. All around. All around. You see my house, and my house is this one, the big one, look. This is my house, I live inside of this. No. This is actually the symbol of the city. So like La Tour Eiffel for Paris, that is our Tour Eiffel. Actually, there was a statue on top of the tip here. There was a statue, but then it fell down. It fell down into a house, actually. And so they replaced it with a star. I don't know if there is still the picture, but for sure there is. There are some drawings of it. There are some drawings of the original statue that was there, but I cannot really find it. Ah, here it is. There is the statue that was on top of it, but then it fell down. I don't think it killed anyone, but it still fell into a house next to it. Una città on declino. What do you mean? No, the city is good. It's a good city. Not too much traffic. There is a good number of events. We have a river. A river is here. Maybe you cannot see it, but it's here. Maybe there are other pictures with the river that is more visible. Yes, like here. You see the river that is cutting off the city in two, but actually is a bit more to the side, so it's actually cutting it like at 1/4 or so. But yes, it's not in the middle. The river is not in the middle. You have read that the city is going bad or something? The city is pretty much the same in the last 20 years, so it makes not a big difference. I think it improved during the years, but there are some areas which are not very good. Like if you go at the north, on the borders of the city, there are some parts that are not very good. I mean, there are not too safe. Also, there are some parts in the center that are not very safe, but I would say fine. Unless you are really going at night, you know, at late night alone, I think it's okay. If you go during the day, it's pretty much safe everywhere. But we have very nice monuments and very nice buildings like this one. Cookies. Cookies everywhere. This one, for example, other buildings. Very nice gardens. Very nice gardens like this. Look at this. It's not loading. It's not loading. I don't know why. Mario. Look at that. I finished the dinner meanwhile. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I've shown it before because that one is one of the one that I like. Not the one of the most famous, but the one that I like. No, I went there. I went there a few times. It's very close from me. I went there many times. Also this one. We have the Egyptian Museum, which is one of the biggest of Europe, by the way. You have one of the biggest Egyptian museums. I don't know if it's the biggest or one of the biggest, but one of the biggest Egyptian museums we have. So yeah, it's a good city. Yeah, it's kind of a good city. Then we have some parks. Some parks with some castles, like this one. This one also is very close to me. This one is like 2 minutes by car. Look. Medieval castle, Easy medieval castle. Easy. On the river. Actually, it's a bit more than a castle because it's actually a small city. There are multiple buildings. There is Castello del Valentino. Palazzo di Talado. No, there is no building for Talad, no. No building for Talad, no. Then there are some universities like this one, which is very nice. There is the architecture university, University of Architecture. This one, in a very nice place because it's on the river again, close to the castle. The castle is just close to here, and yeah, I don't know. We have some good places. Then we have some events like this Ferrari show. You see the Ferraris, the old Ferraris, the new Ferraris. Yeah, different view of the same park. There is the same park, just from another view. You like it, huh? You like it? I know. Okay. So, what should we do, boys? This guy is flickering and lighting up because actually he has a particle. He has a particle in his ass. There is a particle just inside of the body. Because I did a test. And it's still there since I don't know, 1 year and a half. I never removed it. But anyway, no, we need to understand why when we click on this guy is saying that we have one creature entry, which is actually not the good one. So we need to understand. Yes. I know why. The reason is that we didn't put it in the data. So in the data, under codex nature, you can define, how each of these elements can be activated. And yeah, clackers flicker, but in a different way. Yes. Buon posto, eh? You like it, huh? It's a nice city. I mean, it's not the best city in the world, but anyway, it's a nice city. So we you see that we are attaching activation type to this. So we need to connect activation type also here. Maybe, you know what, just for fun, let's try to do 2 of them. Even if normally we don't do it, but just to see if the system is working. Okay, so we will do 2 pieces of information for this creature, right? And we restart the server now that we updated the database. the problem of the clackers flickering is because they have been imported with a very bad scale. And then I had to reduce them in scale so much, like 100 times. And I think that this is making Unreal a bit crazy. So I think that to fix that, I need to go back to the original model, change the scale probably in the export, or yeah, probably in the export, and then try to re-import again with a normal value, which is not 1% anymore, or 0.01%, and see if it works. Okay, at the moment we know only the stone hammer, okay? Now, I click on this and I click here. You do not meet the requirements. Okay, I need to set my skill. Ah! New compendium entry has been added. Alien. Description and ecology. And the two others are locked. You see? So it worked actually. It actually worked okay. Very nice. Very, very nice. So it seems to work fine. Now, I don't know if this is too simple. I don't know if this is too simple, meaning that you only scan one guy and you get the result immediately. I think it's a bit too simple. I think it would be nice to keep to require, I don't know, to require like 2 or 3 of them, I don't know. But I remember that under we had 2 tables, right? We have this codex nature, yes, and in codex nature there is activation prerequisite and activation script. So here in theory we can say is this feature in the old game? No, absolutely not. The compendium is completely new. It's completely new to the Unreal version. It didn't exist. So another thing is that if you are trying to scan someone else, if you are trying to scan a guy like this, it's not even telling you anything. I mean, it's not giving you any message, nothing. You click on it, 0 results. I think we should say something. Like, there is nothing to learn on this guy, or I think we should no. Activation is a skill ability. Activation is number of kills. Where the hell is that piece of code? Where the hell is that piece of code? We just fuck. Yeah, also the abilities were not there. We had some we had some special attacks, but now the special attacks are directly on the abilities here. So it's a bit more understandable, you know, that you level up in Sword and you get these special abilities. And as soon as you level up, they will like if I do set skill, me, Sword 100, you're saying this one are now usable because I leveled up Sword up to level 100, right? So now what I was saying is that I think if we trigger the ability, right? So because here we are triggering an ability, and we see that we can activate it, but the number of abilities returned is 0. Then we should say something. Right, something like, so we can say if ability creature dot num equal to 0 and ability codex dot num, they both must be valid, obviously. So both must be 0. So if both of them are 0, then I think we should return a message. We should tell the client, hey, there is nothing to learn. Or we can say nothing found. Let's say nothing found. I don't know. Nothing found on this target. Even something like that I think is enough. Right? So at least it tells me something. So if nothing found, return a message. And if we find something, then we send the compendium entry. We add them and we send them. So at least now he has a message. Otherwise he continues to click, 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 and doesn't know what the hell is going on. I see. Well, I think this is good already. At least we could, you know, we can go around the map, and I think for the alpha can be anyway fun because it means that you can go around the map, try to click on stuff and start to examine, you know, the different people and see what happens. The only problem is that the entries that we have now in the compendium are pretty bad because we don't have the final text yet. We don't have the final text, so... He's small, but he can climb a lot. He's kind of small, but... If you give him something to climb, he will climb, I tell you. While he's not doing anything. I tell you that he's going to climb stuff. You cannot do that. Because it's too small. Ah, I'm stuck between the fountain. Yeah, unfortunately, climbing is dependent on the capsule, so a smaller character can climb less, which is a bit annoying. I think we need probably to change it somehow. But that's what it is at the moment. Ah, let me. Doesn't let me. Hello, people. Hello. Climbing, huh? It looks a bit like Super Mario. No, because he has the red hat. Anyway, this guy can become a hero. You don't know, but you know, this guy can easily become a hero. Easily. You don't know, but a real Bongabu. A real Bongabu. Easy hero. Easy, easy, easy. Easy hero. This thing doesn't have the right collision box. Wow, the collision is kind of weird. It's made in spikes. Why? The collision is a bit fucked up everywhere. Look at also this tree. Very strange. Okay. What we want to do, boys? What we want to do? This thing is flying. What do we want to do? Good question. If you jump into a tree, you are stuck. Yeah, that's also the. I think it will be very easy for us. We just need to change the collision, because I think that the top of the tree. Yeah, the collision at the moment of the tree is a bit stupid because it's made of these panels, right? We need to make a custom a custom mesh for the collision so that he close the top, so that you're just basically going to slide on it. instead of getting stuck like that. Because it is basically, these are all planes, you know? These are all planes that corresponds to the planes of the actual leaves. And this is why, yeah, but it's easy, it's kind of easy to change. We could even regenerate the mesh, I think, in Unreal with simple collision. The only problem is that we want the trunk to be correct. So we want this part, you know, to actually you can run around it. And if you make a bigger box, you will not do. So we need to make a custom mesh. We need to make a custom mesh for trees. But that's fairly simple. Yeah, I think all these trees are a trap. If I go on top of this one, so if I slide myself up, if I slide me up 20 and then I jump on it, I think I will never get out, because it's made as a V shape. So the leaves are actually planes, right? So they are made they are made like planes like this. And so you are and so unfortunately the collision is using this thing. And so you're basically falling into this thing here. You're falling here and then you're getting stuck. What we need to do, we just need to make a collision box which is like this. So remove the current one and make a round collision box. So if you jump on it, you will just fall over, you know, you will just slide. And then we need to keep the trunk, you know, we need to keep the trunk as a single collision like this. So I think it's very easy, just a matter of doing it. There's a lot of stuff that is easy to do, but it's just a bit time consuming, so, but it's fairly easy to do. Just need to open that thing in Blender and look at the feet, which is on the step, because this is actually calculated. Insane, huh? Insane technology. Now it may look a bit weird on this guy, but yeah, he's tracking the feet with the ground. Okay, what do we want to do? So this is good. I think here we did a good fix. I think that on the compendium, we want to make the picture. The picture we need a way to do it. I think the easiest way to do it, I think the easiest way to do it is to create an Unreal data table and keep in the data table the pointer to the material or to the texture, and then associate the description to the picture. So when you unlock the description, like you can see here, when you unlock the description, you also unlock the picture. So I'm not going to do two different activation mechanisms. I think is is really not needed. So we don't understand how the happens with progression point. That's also a very good point. I think we need to explain it in the game somehow. I think we need a mouse over. We need a mouse over on the progression points, so that when you go on it, it tells you what they do. I think that would be a good idea. But basically progression points are allowing you, yes, to train the stats. So like strength, agility, but you need to do it in at a trainer. So there are some trainers which are specialized in agility, strength, or wisdom, whatever. I mean will, and you can train your abilities there. But it's not explained. So I think the best will be to put a tooltip or a pop-up, you know, mouse over pop-up when you mouse over the progression skill. I think it's fairly easy to do. Maybe we can do it next. So we want to enable this picture. We want to enable this picture, image creature. So I think we can. I think we can create a new data table. I need to create a new structure as well, though, because I need an image. Unless I can use something that already has a texture, but I don't think that any of this items. No, I will create a new one. It's easy. Homeworld, maybe homeworld. No, doesn't have a picture. No, we can create a new one. Let's not mix things up too much. So we can create a new structure, which is here under blueprints, and we will call it Compendium. Compendium is a bit long. Let's call it Codex. Codex images. And Codex images will have. Do we want to go by ID? Or do we want to go by name? Not easy, boys, because actually we may have, I think, the same ID of different types. So that is not very easy. Can we put it in the database instead of here? We need this ID. We needed this Codex Nature ID. Actually, I think this is what we need. So we will have raw ID. I think raw ID is there already, right? I think raw ID is there by default. So we need a image. An image will be a texture, I guess. And I think nothing else. So we'll just have ID an image. So if I create a new data table now, and I'm using codex images, and I will call it codex images. I cannot. I will call it DT codex images. Oh fuck, there is not. Yeah, there is a row, you see. There is a row name by default, so the row name will be my ID. So I can associate, for example, to row ID number 1 something, and to row ID number 13 something else. Now I need two pictures. Which we can also take, you know, we can also take in game. Why not? I can also take them in game. But I think I already have some. Wait. Let's just make a test for now and we will see later, okay? He has a white background. He has a white background. Fuck it. But it can be... We don't need this anymore, eh? No, because we solved it. We absolutely solved it. But this one, for example, is a human, right? I don't know about the sides though, because the sides of the picture... The sides of the picture... Hey, we need to standardize it, otherwise it becomes a mess. So we need to standardize it at a specific value, and that will be like 480 but 590, and that is what it should be. Do we want it black? I have no idea. That's the problem, boys. That's the problem. That's the problem. The white threshold. Whatever I do, it will never be good. Never. Because moving from black to from white to black will always have like a stupid effect like this. But anyway, I mean, this is, you know, just an example. Doesn't have to be perfect. If I do like this, it's too much. It's really killing it. Okay. I mean, it's just to have a picture that is not super bad. No! Why? Fuck. He left the thingy. Okay, anyway. We will then need something better than this, okay? But this is just an example. And so we save it. Obviously, it's an example, means that it will stay in the game for like 2 years, but it's okay. We save it directly under the Unreal project, I guess. Content. We should put it under textures or under characters. I think we should create a Compendium folder probably. Because I think this thing may become very big. Okay, so we have our Compendium thingy. We can also put here as a default. Boom. Why so dark? It looks like shaded. Ah, because I had the tint, huh? Okay. Wow, black is not black? What do you mean black is not black? Fuck. I didn't color with black. I color with something else. But it's easy to change. And our smart Unreal Engine is reloading it on the fly. Look, 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 look. Boom. Bam. Done. Very nice. Okay, I don't want it at the moment, but I mean, I don't want that as a default, but we will. The game is in debug. Okay, so how do we manage that? So we manage that, we said, as a data table. So in this data table we have number one, which is the Stonebreaker, and number 13, which is the alien. So for the alien we are going to point to alien. Maybe it's better if we rename it Codex Alien, because alien is everything in our game, right? So let's try a Codex. Let's rename it to Codex Alien. There is one by the public, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I was not reading the chat. Can't wait to get the next word fixes. Yorla can me this test quite some and close some obsolete bug. Okay, very nice. Also, there are not many new in yet, yes. Currently, I don't understand what happens with location point. Yes, I told you that. Does the skill raise if you do craft? No, I mean, the skills, all the skills are raising automatically. Only the stats. Stats meaning strength, intelligence, endurance. Those are not increasing automatically. You have to train them. Everything else is going up just by using them. Okay, so this is how it works at the moment. We can change it, but this is how it works. So when I discover the alien entry, I would like also to display I think it's fairly easy though, because I can do a check on description, no? Yeah, I think I can do a check on description. I think I can just say if I think I can do it in populate item actually, because I have the codex name. And so I think I can... And so I think I can say if... If... What? No. No. It's not that one, it's this one. No. Okay, it's this one now. So if this one equals to description, so if we are enabling, you know, the description for this particular thing, then I think we can show the picture. Otherwise, we will hide the picture. No, by default we hide the picture, and then we show it only if we get an unlocked description, right? But fuck, I have to do it only if codex ID is different than -1. Exactly. I have to do it only in this case if it's a real item. So if it's a real item and is a description item, then I can go and search, so I can get data table row, right? I can get data table row, and I will get my codex images, and the row name. Now the row name is GG. In theory, is the codex ID, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it's the codex ID, I think. I think it's the codex ID. Let's assume it's the codex ID and see what happens. What do you mean? Now you do it, huh? Now you do it. Okay. What the? Okay. So, if this is the case, right? No, I fucked up. Wait. I fucked up. Okay. So if it's equal to description and the codex ID is different than 0, which -1, whichever we are here. We take the codex ID and we search it in the row name. Yes. Inside codex images. If we don't find any row, then nothing, we go here. In the same way, if we don't find any value here, we go there as well. And then if so I'm not sure if you see the actual number displayed. Yes, they are at the left. Yes, they are just before the stat. So if I found a row, I need to break this, take my image, which is a texture object reference, okay, and then I need to take my image creature. I need first of all to make it visible. And then I need to set the brush to this texture. Fuck, I was 100% sure it would not go in. I was 100% sure it would not go in. 100%, bro. 100%. Set brush from text. Maybe like this. Wait. Texture object reference is not compatible with texture 2D object reference. Holy moly. Okay, texture 2D. Okay, texture 2D. Okay. Texture 2D. Now it comes. Very nice. Okay, so we are setting the brush to this thing. And then we go here. It looks a bit like, yeah. I mean, it's a bit shitty graph, but okay, let's see if it works. So basically now, if I receive an image, and I will receive it for the alien at least, it should populate the picture. Now, if it's a description, and there is no picture, should I clear the picture? Yes, I think I need to clear the picture. Or, no, I said I cleared the picture at the beginning. So when I first populate a creature, so here basically, show hide codex item. So I think that here we should hide a picture as well. I think we should hide. Yes, we do it already. Okay. Okay. Let's see if something works. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. So now we need good pictures, huh? I think it's very nice. So now we need good pictures. Fuck. Why is white? But anyway. Okay, so the alien is showing up properly, but the stone hammer is not. I mean, it's not. It should be black. It should be collapsed. Why is not collapsed? Hey, I do it here. Do I... Ah, because I don't have a picture. Ah, okay. Because actually I have the description, but I don't have a picture. I understand. Okay. Because I don't have a picture defined. So I think what we can do to fix that is to collapse it when is to... So if the row is not found, we should collapse the visibility of the image. I had this graph. This graph is so bad. Can we make this graph like normal? I hate these graphs. All the lines are the opposite of what they should be. Like this one are inverted, this one are inverted. Can I move this up and this down? Maybe it's a bit better. No, I don't know. Still looks like shit. Bit better. At least they are, you know, open in the right way. Okay. I think I nearly like it. Okay, so if the row is not found, we set the visibility. If row is found, we set the visibility to visible and we set the brush from texture. If it's not found, we set it to collapsed. Okay, at the beginning we set it to collapsed. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. Do we want to put also the stone breaker? Do we have a picture? Plane shift. Do we have a picture of any dwarf of any kind? But it needs to be exactly he has to be exactly in front. I don't think, I think we need to take it. Dwarf. I think we need to take a picture. Google doesn't help us. There is another problem, boys. You need to post more pictures online. Do you want to use this one? This one is not bad. I mean, he has a lot of armor, but this one is not bad. Let's use this for now. And then you will send me pictures, huh? You will send me pictures. How much was it? 490 by 480 by 590. $480 by 590. Do you want to have this thing? I would like to avoid it, but I don't know exactly how to do it without killing the picture. You know? I don't know how to do it. The magic selection didn't work. We're fucked. The magic selection didn't work at all. This is GG. This is GG. Fuck, I cannot scroll down. Ah, yes, I can. If I couldn't scroll down, it was like, no. It is a nice and relaxing job. Right? Nice and relaxing job for you. When you have nothing to do on Saturday evening, take a dwarf and find his silhouette. You will feel way more happy after that. It's really something you need to do. I hope that here is not messing up with me, huh? Do you think that is summing up this and the other? Oh my god. But I think I can then subtract in a smart way. Probably. Boom. And the opposite. And look at this bad boy. Fuck, the corners are always a problem. Shit. You know what I can do? I can do this. Look at this pro. Look at this pro thing, yeah? Look what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna strike the selection with the brush. Stroke selection with brush. Which in theory should make like a black border. Yes and no.
I think it did it, but still there is a shit. There is a shit after my stroke. For some reason. I can stroke it again. But I can say force 100, hardest 100. Okay. Well, now it's very visible, but when I then go... Why? Why is keeping the outside? Why is so stupid? Why so stupid? So I actually did the stroke right. I can increase the threshold. Okay, I think it's reasonable. It's not perfect, unfortunately, but I think it's reasonable. And so we will go with this. We will go with this. Okay. Okay, so this one we're gonna export it. Now, if you want to send me better pictures, please do. So this will be Codex Stone Hammer. Okay. So now if we go here and we add a new, no, here, and under one, we point to our stone hammer, blah, blah, blah. I think it should work already, boys. The power of having the logic in place. Like, the code is there, is working dynamically, and so I can just add new pictures and it just works. Very nice. Very, very nice. Pum, pum, pum. Why we still have this double you don't know any creatures yet? Why this you don't know any creatures yet is always on? I don't understand where it's coming from. Stonehammer. Helion. Stonehammer. Stonehammer is much nicer, by the way. I don't know, he has better lights, so probably just because he has the armor. Helion. Stonehammer. I think he has better colors, better lights. I don't know, it's just better. I think because there is a picture in Unreal and there is a picture in the old plane shift. And so the old plane shift is better. That's a very, very good question, Hula. Very good question. Because actually, what we want to do, but at the moment I'm not doing it yet. At the moment, all these entries are sent to you when you connect. But, as you may imagine, it may be a pretty big set of data to send, right? So I implemented a mechanism, but it's not working yet, to have a kind of a cache. So the first time you receive it, you save it on the client, and the second time you You just use the one of the cache. I would like to understand why the first time I open it, I see you didn't discover any things yet. Why this is going on my face? Why? Why is saying you didn't discover? Why is saying you didn't discover any plants? If I receive data, default message. Holy moly. You don't know any creatures yet. Open creatures page. Ah, because he's here. You know what? I think I can just go and put this thing. I think if I put it as collapsed, and here I put it again as visible, should probably be fine. Right? The problem is that I need to do it in all the other places. Unclicked button creature. It is the one that I just modified. No? No. I'm a bit confused. What did I do? I changed it here, right? Sorry, can me. No, but it's not here. Where the hell was that? Fuck. Okay. Now with the picture you start to like it, huh? I know. I know you start to like it. You start to say, oh, now I understand why we are doing this. Before you were saying like, what is this shit? What is this idea? Why we need this? But now that we have the pictures,
The text. The things is starting to work okay. You can unlock some stuff, you know, by using abilities. Now it starts to be more interesting, huh? Now you start to like it. Yes, now consider the compendium can also have a lot of other stuff, you know, so we just scratched the surface of the compendium here. Because we just have creatures, plants, and minerals, but actually we only implemented creatures, so we can also implement plants and minerals, and then we have NPC locations, story, items, rare items. I mean, a bunch of stuff. Why this window is always popping up at the beginning? I don't understand. I have no idea. Why? Okay, at least we don't have that message anymore. This picture is shit. Can we have a vector picture? It looks... I think the light is too much. And is not reflective enough, but... These colors are way... how to say? Warm. More warmer. Right, and... Okay, but this is good, huh? I think this is good. What else we want to do? What else we want to do? What else we want to do? What do we want to do, boys? I think I wanted what I wanted to do by today, which was basically improving the compendium up to a point where it's in good shape. I don't know if I want to stream more or not. I think we did what I wanted to do. Do we have a mission? Well, we have this mission. So, talent acquired through skill rank. Description plus picture. Finding and opening a book. This is working already. The book opening is working already. It's just a matter of... I can see if it works. What was the book? Book of the Bug Fixer. I think it was the Book of the Bug Fixer. Eh? So if I go item, Book of the Bug Fixer. Of the Bug Fixer. And I open it. No. Why? Was not this one, huh? What? Was not that one? Ah, because I have it already. Because I have already the stone hammer thingy. Because I have that already. Let me try to unlock some other stuff with the book. Like, I don't know, this one. and this one randomly, so that we have 3 things that we can unlock, 2 of which we have already. No, 1 of which we have already. Hello, Dinkin. Oh wow, this is plane shift. I haven't used since Atomic Blue back in the days. Yes, we switched seriously. We started to work on Unreal in 2018. At the end of 2018. So it's about 2 years. It's about 2 years and a half, roughly, that we started. Now when we're gonna finish, that's like Hula said, soon. Maybe never, but maybe we will, you know. Yeah, you can recover your account. We are not deleting accounts, so if you still have your account, you can. Yeah, to port the code was a mess. Was a journey. Was a journey of passion, but. Yeah, I did it. A new Compendium entry has been unlocked. Oh my god, I'm so happy about it. Let me see. Fuck, this thing is never going away, though. Why? We have unlocked some plants. No, we have unlocked some minerals. We have unlocked some minerals, but for some reason they have the same picture of the stone hammer, which is not very nice. Ah, we have also unlocked the clacker. Nice. Why this one always have the... Yeah, because it's not changing it. The check on the description is not working. And this compendium entry is never going away. Yeah, I basically had to change every single line of code, but I maintain a lot of the logic. So the logic is the same. And the... but there are new stuff, like this one is completely new. The skill window, updated with the talents, is fully new. The compendium that we're just showing now is completely new. There is a new window for pets, which is new, but at the moment this guy doesn't have any pets, so doesn't show anything. I basically changed all the spells, so you have new effects for spells. So we did a lot, You always love the music? Yeah, the music is very nice. And yeah, but you can, if you scroll down, you know, you will see the Discord link. So you can connect to our Discord. Maybe there you can also recover your old account. Also, if you want to support us, you know, you can join Patreon. We have a Patreon now where you can access the alpha. So this version is already playable a bit. It's still a bit early, but it's still playable, and you can access it with our Patreon site.
There are a lot of old people coming back, so these days there are a lot, so maybe you will find some of the names of the people that you know in the chat. Yeah, it looks pretty good actually. I mean, the city is still the same city, so if I go around, many of the models are the same, right? Many of the... I cannot go on top of this. Unfortunately, I cannot. But many of the models are the same. Some have been changed during the year. So maybe the houses, like... The houses have been updated a bit during the years. But... Like, for example, the trees now are new. The particles are new. Like this fire. The trees are definitely looking better. The grass on the ground is updated and looks better. Yeah. The movement of the character is smoother. So there is a lot that is new. There is a lot of new stuff and a lot of old stuff. I mean, it's a bit of the mix of the two. I don't know why this window is never going away. There's a new compendium entry. It's not dying. I think because we have multiple ones coming at the same time. And when multiple ones are coming at the same time, we cannot do it. Hello, Gion. Welcome back. Maybe it was spelled Giladriel. Possible. You should go here. You should go to my plane. You know my plane? My plane. You should go to my plane. And try to log in, okay? If you manage to log in here, or I can search the character, but I think that the character is probably not Giladriel. I can search the character in the old database. Name, like. But I mean, there could be a million Giladriel, you know? Yeah, there is one. Giladriel is here. I cannot show the email associated, but there is an email associated to this. Maybe if you recognize it, it can be yours. I don't know. Can you show me what the different races look like? Yes. I mean, they look pretty much like they were looking before. We didn't change the models yet, but so they pretty much look the same. So like this one. And this one. And this one. This one really needs an upgrade, but we will do it. It's just a matter of time, but we'll upgrade the polygons of all these models. We will at least triple the polygons. There's one. I know there are too many, man. It will take me a bit, but yeah, they look pretty much the same. The difference is that the engine maybe is rendering them in a better way, or
They have maybe a better movements a bit, but at the moment the races are looking pretty much the same. This Galadriel race is character is race gender ID 1. Race gender ID 1 is what? Is an Enkiduka. Yes, is the cat people. Yeah, maybe it's you then. The character is still here. How many hours I can tell you, but I need to hide it for a second, otherwise I will show your email and it's not a good thing. So where ID equal to this? No way, I made a mistake. I need to take the account ID. Then I'm on the other screen for a second. The time connected is not too much. I mean, it's no. The time connected of this character is 50 hours. It's 50 hours. The account ID is very old. For what I see, the account ID is pretty old. And has been the last login was in 2010 and the creation was in 2004. And also as a real name, but I'm not gonna say it on stream, but he has a, I can say maybe the first name, Nick. There is a Nick and then there is a last name that I'm not gonna say for privacy reasons. If you are named Nick, there are good chances that is you. If you are not named Nick, then it is the character of someone else. I guess. Yeah, the other big difference from the old game to the new game is that in the old game we had very confined world. Okay, so there was like the main city and then a road going to maybe an open area, then going to another city, and then going to the Bronze Doors area, and then going to the Cat People city. But basically in between, you know, you couldn't really travel. Okay, so you couldn't really go because your character was blocked by invisible walls, because this area were not even designed, right? But now in the new version you can walk everywhere, so it's really more open world, you know. So here trees, rocks, whatever, so you can walk basically everywhere. So the walkable area is very big and you can just walk around and try to find your way. You can get lost very easy, yes. So maybe we will need a mini map in the future, but I don't know. But you can get lost very easy in the woods. The best is to go on top of a hill maybe, and when you are on top of a hill, look around and try to find some landmarks. And if you find some landmarks, then good. If not, GG. If not, GG. So we were working on this compendium and trying to fix it or improve it. By the way, I'm streaming pretty much every day, so if you want to connect sometimes and see what I'm doing in my spare time, so it means in the evening Europe time or Saturday and Sunday. This is where I'm doing it. So we have an issue with this picture, which is actually not getting reset, or it's not getting collapsed when it's very strange though, because when we click here, so by default it's not getting collapsed. That's kind of weird, because like when you click on minerals, right, we collapse all the good stuff, and then we go here and we click on, we do mineral select item. Mineral select item, the first thing that it does is hiding everything in the page. Is hiding everything in the page. So, and hiding everything in the page means collapse of everything, including the image creature picture. So actually the image creature picture should disappear, and then after this we go and search for the different data, and we select the first item, we cycle through all, and then we populate the item, and we inside populate item, I don't think we are touching this image creature. Image creature, find references. We touch it only here if we are, let me check, if the codex item is different than 1, and if the actual item we are working on is a description. Right? So we should arrive here only when we have a valid description. And in this case, we are showing the picture. And we are setting the brush equal to the row that comes out of here. So I don't understand why that picture is showing up. I don't, it's kind of weird. Let's say setting picture. I don't understand why. I think I also want to put a, another printout here, which is hiding picture. Just to see if we go through this, but I think we should. Hiding picture, right? So here when we hide it. You found an email dated 17th of December 2004. Welcome to the Planescape Crystal Blue internal testing. Nice. So if you have that email, you should be able to log in to my plane using that email and your password, if you remember it. If you don't remember it and you still hold access to that email, you can ask for a password reset. And the password reset is here. At that link, you go here under password recovery, and you just recover the password, and maybe you can log in. But I would suggest to try to log in my plane first, because my plane is also fixing some stuff in your account if it's a very, very, very old account. Okay, I want to click on minerals. Hide in picture. Not found. Item found. Hide in picture. Not found. Item found. So he said item hide in picture twice, but still the picture is on. Why? I don't understand.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. It is saying hiding picture twice, but the picture is actually getting shown. Oh, yeah. Okay, so all this invisibility is fucked up. So it's actually not hiding it, but it's showing it. I think I can print this. I can print this visibility. I don't know, seems pretty weird. Hiding picture, hiding picture. It's always hiding picture, but for some freaking reason. Wait. Why we have this here? Why we have this here? Show one codex item. Why we have image creature visibility visible? That's a very bad idea. I think this one should really not be here. That's the one doing the mess, by the way, for sure, 100%. 100%. 100%. It worked? What do you mean by it worked? So you logged in into my plane. Itarani Zemarti. Itarani? I don't know. I mean, so that's one account. So you also have, you say that you have also an older account. So it says you also have an older account. Do you remember the email of the older account? If you don't remember the email of the older account, is hard to recover. You need to remember or the name of the character, or the email, or something else. Otherwise, it becomes an impossible search. We have 500,000 accounts, so searching between 500,000 accounts is not something I'm gonna do. Ah, now it's okay. Now it's not bugged anymore. Okay, nice. Nice. We just need better pictures, but... So of the clacker, for example, we only have the ecology discovered, but you see we have 4 points still to unlock. You don't remember the username. The username is equal to the email. There is no username. The email is the username. If you want, I can search that one in the database to just see if it exists. But I don't know if it does, but I can try. Just because it's you. Yes, it exists. Yes. It exists. So you can ask or a password reset on that, This one was created in 2007 and the last login was in 2008. So you can ask a password reset for that one if you still have access to it. Can you still log in into that? If you can try. But yes, it's still there. It's absolutely there. You know what you can do? You can go here. Look, you can go to patreon.com and /planeshift and say, ooh, they saved my old character. I want to support them. You can go here and you can support us on Patreon. And you can get access to the alpha, access to some videos, and just feel nice to support one of the games that you played when you were young. Okay, there are a lot of people coming back, by the way. Every day I have 2 or 3 people. Like yesterday there was someone, no, 2 days ago there was someone saying, oh, I met my first boyfriend in your game. We nearly married. Oh wow. Yes. But then it didn't work out, but it was pretty close. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, so we fixed also this other functionality of the Compendium. Now we need better pictures, boys. Now we need pictures of creatures, plants, minerals, everything, and then we need a background for this thing. Should I try to make a background for this? I can try. Pom pom pom. I don't know. We need to make a background for this, which is actually not black, but reasonable. I don't know, something with a nice border, maybe a gem below this thing. Do we want to have a gem here? Maybe something that is highlighting the title. Some nice borders. The problem is that I'm not an artist, you know, so I will never be able to do it. Never be able to do it. You know, you can take points like this, move them, stroke them with the painting to duplicate them. I don't know, I mean, but we need someone that can actually do this for real. You know? No, I cannot do it. Pink background. Beautiful. Pink background. Ah. All like this. All like this. Ah. What about a nice neon red? No, neon green. Sorry, neon green as a background. Huh? No problem. You're welcome, Dinkin. You are very welcome. The old game is still up, so you can still connect, incredibly enough. And we also have events. We had an event today in the old game, but the new game is also up as an alpha, but is at the moment restricted access, just because it sucks a bit. Okay, boys, what we want to do? I think I'm done for today. I want to play a few video games. I think we did we made good progress with this companion thingy. and it's basically working, right? Let me see what happens if I open the book again. Nothing. Perfect. Which is exactly what... Also the book reader thing is new. The book reading is new. What are the next steps? My main issue is to understand the next steps, you know, boys. The next steps, because we are close, but at the same time we are very far. I think I will stop the compendium. Tomorrow we can work on what is the most important thing that we miss. I mean, fishing, we added it. I mean, it's working. Fishing is working. Did I list that it's working? Do we even have fishing here? Fishing missing. Actually, fishing is working now. So I can say that fishing is done. At least it's done in the in the way it was done before. Plus a bit of a new animation. I think the best, I mean, the most important thing I need to work on is to push the setting people to actually finish the stuff that they need to finish, or actually do it myself. Because these new features without data are basically useless. So I need data, and in particular I need to finish all of these points. So finalize the choices for the character creation, finalize the script bonuses, finalize the pictures. Pictures we are proceeding. There is a new one coming out, I hope tomorrow or next days. What about the last two buttons for crafting? Open inventory and transfer to inventory. Yes, this one we can do as well. Adding a new town? Holy shit. Adding a new town is a lot. But yes, anyway, also populating the empty area will be a good one. Like if I can add a new village, like I created Delver, I can create a new village maybe. Maybe we can work on that tomorrow. It's very fun. I mean, creating new villages is fairly, I mean, it's very nice. You just assemble pieces, you know. It's like working with Lego. So it's... Yeah, but all these ones are very, 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 very important. All these ones are very important. And they are making a difference for the player. So this is mostly setting and rules stuff, but this one we need to do. Okay, I will think about it, boys. I think I'm gonna play a new race. No, please. We have so many races. I can kill one if you want. Instead of adding a new, I can kill one. Usually I kill one every 4 years. But we are still missing the model of the... The problem is that we are missing models. We are missing the model for the female human. And that's a real pity because she's without a model and we need to do it. Okay guys, if you want to, I think I will play a bit of video games. I think I will play Valorant because I installed it. Also there are some very weird new characters. If anyone is interested in seeing it, I think I will yeah, MetaHuman, yes. MetaHuman is 30 FPS on a 390 full screen, one face. Yeah. Sure. And then when we have
I don't have a good screenshot of the day. But when we have, you know, gatherings of people, how can we do it? We had, look at this. I disagree. Fuck your cookies. Right? So if you have like, in the same scene like here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 people. If you have 15 people in the same view, GG, huh? The most lovely model is the female dwarf. No one is using it. Okay. So if you want to... Planeshift 063 open source MMO released December 14. Nice. There is a website. It finally put 2 pictures on it. 32 comments. Let's read the comment to have some fun. This game is shit. This guy saying, I prefer single player RPG, especially Japanese RPG. Character customizations such as gender changing are not my thing. This is saying that it's looking like shit. Okay, thank you. You should notice the title of the post is open source. It's a premium feature. Open source sucks. The game is lacking shadows. I don't even think about typing anymore. Planeshift had dated graphics. It's hard to get artists to contribute. It's a hobbyist project done in the spare time. It's actually quite impressive. Oh, finally we got a positive comment. It's actually quite impressive. To be done in the spare time. Yes, it is. I think it is. Try to do it in your spare time. Try. Go and try. Okay, so I'm gonna play Valorant. If you want to see me playing Valorant and chat a bit, whatever, I'm going to play it on Discord. I'm gonna stream it on our Discord, okay? So you can go to our Discord. To go to our Discord, you just go to our main website and then click on chat. Chat. And then you have a link. Link. And then I paste it there. There. And so you have it. So if you're new to the stream, please click on follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, which is always nice. And then also check our Patreon site, which is patreon.com/planeshift, where you can join the 43 Patreons that we have. Thank you guys. We want to reach 45, so only 2 missing. And yes, and if you want to see me play Valorant, just join a Discord. I will stream there in a few seconds. Until then, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be streaming in the afternoon, starting roughly from 4 p.m. until 8 p.m. Italy time or Europe time. And GG!